Good afternoon. Good morning.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Dear Professor Kaundri, we're actually live now, and I think we still have not got one more participant to join, the panelist. We are waiting for them to join.
It's okay. I know that Professor Ioannidis will join at the end because he's in meetings in Brazil, but it's okay. We can start and he will come on board on time.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm very pleased to welcome you to panel 6A, which is focusing on planetary consensus for addressing the challenges of climate change. So the main question here is, how are we doing with regards to hedging against aggravating climate change and the extreme weather events that are connected with it? What is the forecast with regards to what can be achieved and how we can increase the probability of being able to manage this crisis within this framework of multi-crisis that does not just concern climate change, but also biodiversity collapse, and does not just concern environmental crisis, but also inequality crisis, increasing inequalities between the global north and the global south, and increasing difficulties with economic growth, lower economic growth that we need, shrinking fiscal spaces, even in the developed world, and issues with the skills that are needed and their real existence in the labor market. So it's a multi-crisis. One of these crises is climate change. And I would like to share my screen. And in this panel, we are going to focus on this climate change crisis. So in my presentation, which is just an introduction to the panel, I would like, can you please allow me to share my presentation?
You will be able to share.
Thank you very much. I'm able to share now. So great. Thank you very much. So for me, the crucial question is whether we are able to meet what we have committed to during the climate agreement. Climate agreement 2015, 197 countries agreeing not to try to keep emissions to a level that would not that would allow us to keep global average temperature below 2 degrees 2 degrees Celsius increase. Increase compared to what? Compared to the global average temperature we had in the pre-industrial era. This number was refined in 2018. A new IPCC report came out. IPCC, I'm sure we all know, is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. And this new report said that in order to be able to continue living the way we are used to and support social welfare, we need to try to keep emissions to a point that the global average temperature will not increase more than 1.5 degrees Celsius compared to pre-industrial era. Are we performing well with regards to this global commitment? Well, as I say on my slides, the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal is slipping away fast. However, we still have a shot. And in order to achieve this target, we need rapid, immediate, and global action. And basically, we need to first peak emissions now, 2027, halve emissions by 2050, and reach net zero by halve emissions by 2030, and reach net zero by 2050. And basically, this is what is also included as a legal commitment within the European Green Deal, but also many other regional policy and legal frameworks. So the question is, can we do this? Is it possible to halve emissions by 2030 and become net zero by 2050? Well, I lead something called the Global Climate Hub of the Sustainable Development Solutions Network. The Sustainable Development Solutions Network is the biggest network in the world of research and university institutions working on the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. One of these goals is SDG 13, is about climate change and climate action. But one should be aware of the fact that this Sustainable Development Goals is a holistic framework, and each of the 17 goals affects each of the other 16 goals. It's very integrated. So when one is trying to achieve climate neutrality, at the same time needs to achieve many other aspects of all the other 16 goals. Now, this Global Climate Hub came into existence after Jeff Sachs and I. Jeff Sachs is Professor Jeff Sachs at Columbia University, who is leading SDSN globally, and I'm leading SDSN in Europe. So we've traveled around the world, not just Europe, but around the world, and tried to identify what would accelerate the transition to 2030 and 2050 in order to achieve exactly what I stated there, halving emissions by 2030 and reaching net zero by 2050. And what we've understood from governments, from regional, national, subnational authorities, even local authorities, even institutional leaderships and company discussions. So we've talked to different stakeholders, including politicians, policymakers, financiers, businesses, civil society, of course, scientists, and of course, technology developers. We've concluded that what is needed is a detailed plan, a quantified, detailed plan, not verbal descriptions, but a detailed plan of transition and transformation from today to 2030 and 2050. And this plan has to be costed, and also the financing for its implementation should be made explicit. The blend of the financing and the sources of the financing. So at the moment, we are working in the countries that you see colored on this map. We are not working in the areas that are gray. All other areas we are working. And the structure in which we are working is very interdisciplinary, but also puts together all the relevant sectors that are important in being transformed in order to achieve the 2030 and the 2050 goals. So we have explicit modeling for downscaling climate scenario. All these are mathematical modeling. We have explicit modeling of the energy sector, the transport sector, the land use sector, including agriculture and forestry, the marine use sector, including shipping and energy production from the sea, and fisheries and aquaculture, the health sector, the innovation sector. Each of these models is simulated, but not on its own. It is interactively simulated between all the different sectors. So we have a really integrated intersector application and simulation that allow us to identify the transformations that need to happen in each and every year at each and every location. So it's dynamic over time and space and between sectors. And at the same time, when we have the simulated results, we embed them in a general equilibrium analysis model, which allows you to see the effects, the economic, the monetized effects of each and every sector in terms of the transformation that it needs to do, and not only within a country, but also trade effects as well. So at the end of the day, we know how much the transformation costs and also the effects of this transformation on different sectors of the economy, on different income groups, and also on trade. And it is important to have this integrated intersector modeling. Why? Because when you talk to the Ministry of Energy, and then you talk to the Ministry of Agriculture, and then you talk to the Ministry of Climate Change and Civil Protection, and then you talk to the Transport Ministry, and then to the Finance Ministry, you need to be consistent with regards to what you're telling them. You need to be aware of the fact that changes in the transport sector will affect the energy sector and will also affect the shipping sector, and will also affect other sectors as well. So it is important to be consistent. And sometimes we scientists fail to be consistent because each one of us goes with their own model, specific on some sector of some issue, not integrating enough, and we drive them crazy because something more holistic is needed to actually go and implement transformations that affects the lives of people. Now, this is the first layer. This layer works with our stakeholder transdisciplinary engagement, which is basically bringing around the same table all the relevant stakeholders, all the different representatives that I've mentioned before, representatives from the financial sector, the ministries, the policy making people, the politicians, the scientists, the technology developers, the civil society, and asking them to comment on each step of our analytical, mathematical processes. Comment, integrate their views, their understanding, their vision, their fears, their preferences. And of course, this is done in continuing upskilling and reskilling efforts, because in order to engage stakeholders in such difficult and novel structures of processing, but also novel technologies and novel ideas of transformation, you really need to engage in upskilling, reskilling, knowledge, capacity building. And all this is quite novel. Bringing all of this together is quite novel, and it got attention from the best scientific outlets. And all of this is also documented in an AI-ready e-platform that brings together all the data we collect per scale, per country, per region. It brings together and makes available open access all the models for the different sectors and their integration. And it also makes available all the tools that can be used by the stakeholders to further investigate the dynamic and spatial transition pathways we recommend. Digital twins, decision support tools, visualization dashboard. And this would be open to the research community and the stakeholders implementation community, so that it is endorsed and used and enriched, not just with the results of the Global Climate Hub that now employs hundreds of researchers, but also from anybody who is really looking into scientific recommendations about the transition. The transition is not easy, it's complex, it's difficult, it's expensive. It definitely needs guidance from science. And that's why we have invested so much time and effort. And we are making all of our work freely available. And we are making all of our capacity building freely available. During the latest UN conference in Seville on sustainable financing, we presented the pathways from Europe. I will go fast now because these are results. I am just setting the scene here to understand what do we need to do in terms of compacting and facing and hedging against climate change. We need to halve emissions by 2030. We need to become net zero by 2050. And I also showcase a framework that allows you detailed recommendations on how you do that. And this is what is included in these reports. So in this report, we have 35 countries, Europe, the Balkans, and the UK. But we are currently also working in Southeast Asia, in China, and Sub-Saharan Africa, and we are constantly increasing our outreach. So basically, we bring together low emissions analysis of the energy consumption and energy production. We are bringing together food and land use systems, emissions analysis. We are bringing together water requirements. We are bringing together land use requirements. We are bringing together marine use, emissions there of the marine sector, and how we can halve by 2030 and net zero by 2050. And all these models are running together. And we are running this model under different scenario, the business as usual, and the scenario in which the national energy and climate plans and the nationally determined contributions are implemented. The common agriculture policies are implemented, and the water framework policies are implemented. And for each and every country, we provide a detailed plan of how to transform and achieve the goals. We assess the readiness of each country. We assess whether a country's plans are data-driven or descriptive. We assess whether a country is more focused on supply management versus demand management. We assess the planning horizon, the regional and national analysis. So at the end of the day, and I'm gonna very quickly close, we are able to make projections that showcase what we need to happen in order to achieve our goals. Energy consumption needs to drop by 25%, and we show how it will be dropped. Energy supply should increase by 30%, and we show how it should be increased, from which energy sources, so that emissions are reduced to half by 2030 and become net zero by 2050, and how the energy mix will transform away from fossil fuels. So very quickly, we have 19 countries out of the 35 following a balanced approach, working on both on demand of energy and supply of energy. 10 are more energy oriented, working on efficiency of consumption. 6 are more supply focused, working on alternative fuels and technological developments. But the net zero scenario, which represents the national commitments of these countries by 2050, gives the renewable supply, supplying the bulk of electricity and displacing gas and oil. Solar and biomass enter the end-use mix. Hydrogen generation ramps up alongside the new synthetic fuel module. Oil refining shrinks. Electricity becomes the primary carrier for residential services and industry. Imports of fossil feedstock vanish, reducing supply-side emissions. France becomes Europe's hydrogen hub. Spain and Portugal join as exporters. Germany still imports hydrogen. And not only we give very detailed description of the solution pathways for each and every country, but we also construct the green corridors, the efficient mixture of imports and exports of energy between countries in Europe, but also the Balkans and the UK. And I just want to remind you that we do that not just for the energy sector, but all the sectors are included in these results. For example, here I have the land use sector and how it changes under the 2050 net zero. Cropland shrinks, forests expand, pasture land declines, urban footprint stays stable. So to cut a long story short, the detailed pathways are developed and spelled out in a lot of detail. And then comes in the financial aspect of the whole thing, the correct valuation of all the different sources of energy and all the different impacts that the energy transition and the climate neutrality and the climate resilience transition brings. And it takes a lot of externality valuation. And then working in general equilibrium analysis to identify the optimal financing of these pathways, and at the same time identify not just financing the transformation, but caring for the vulnerable as well. So a package of measures for all those income groups or groups of society that are facing mitigating regressive effects for the developed world and the developing world. And of course, the issue in the developing world is more difficult because it doesn't have the fiscal space and maybe sometimes not the private sector investment interest. So we do a lot of work on restructuring global financial architecture in order to find optimal funding streams for all of that. And we try to articulate the best timing of the implementation of the different commitments, policies, laws, and regulations in order to achieve in each and every country lower emissions, faster achievement of targets, lower costs, and lower dependency on imports. This is done by a tool that we developed using fuzzy logic, and it's really very revealing how much better than the national commitments we can do if we optimize the timing of the implementation of the different structures. And finally, we also provide a catalog of sources and instruments of funding that is very easy to use and I think very practical. So this is in a nutshell what we try to do. It's very exciting, but I hope it will attract the attention that it deserves, as far as I am concerned, because it facilitates true transformation and implementation with some robust scientific guidance. This is just one element where scientists can help in the climate transition. There are many other aspects that are crucial in this climate transition. And I would like to continue with Professor Ioannidis, professor at the Athens University, ex-president for 10 years of the Athena Information Technology Research Center, and current president of ACM, the Association of Computing Machinery, who is a partner in this Global Climate Hub, developing all electronic platforms and applications that I have referred to. So Yannis, the floor is yours.
I will try to do it in 2 minutes, my 6-minute talk, because we are really running out of time. Thank you, Phoebe, for the introduction. Let me share my screen, share this, share. Is it visible?
Yes.
Okay. thank you for this. I'm the digital guy, so I will only talk about digital parts. United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, we all know them. 169 maybe changing targets. 70% of them are digitally dependent. They cannot be achieved without the technology that people, my community brings in, for climate or for any other. And if you look at the climate action and the targets that we have there, again, most of them need digital technologies to be achieved. The same thing is for the SDG indicators. What data is available is a key question. And as you see, the color, it's a little bit older, but still the green is much less than half of, yes, we do have available data, and where there are many reds, and the same thing is for climate action. So this effort needs people like me, like people in the community. And the key thing in all this is data and AI, because AI without data doesn't mean anything. And just to show you, this is a typical data science, artificial intelligence pipeline. We start from domain data, be it climate or economic, socioeconomic, and so on. Then we do a lot of data engineering before we reach to the, everyone talks about artificial intelligence, but until machine learning and artificial intelligence elements can happen, okay, a lot of data stuff needs to be done. So data and AI go together. All this is done offline, and then eventually we have data visualization, Phoebe mentioned it, and other modeling. And there are different types of people. The thing is global efforts. Well, global also in the sense of the different disciplines that you have bringing in. I am a data guy. For example, you need artificial intelligence people, and you need the domain scientists or the policymakers and so on to come together. And when it comes to data, you need data to be openly findable, accessible, interoperable, and renewable, and to have quality data. FAIR is a term that is being used because it's a very cute acronym, and it's unfortunate that it cannot find another cute acronym where openness is important and quality is important. And I want to emphasize openness. The world has been tearing down walls for, I don't know, between 1990 and 2010. And for the past 10, 15 years, the world is building walls again. Data sovereignty and privacy and local centers are prominent. And in order to achieve this, we don't need walls. We have to be open in order for all the data to be used and AI to be fed with appropriate data to achieve our goals. This picture of the platform that is being built by my team as part of the Global Climate Hub of the UNSDSN. Phoebe mentioned this. I won't go into the details of all the models and all the types of things, but again, it all begins with data. Lots of kinds of data, heterogeneous, multimodal, and they need to come together. Deep technology from computing needs to enter into the picture, always in collaboration, always based on the needs of the domain scientists. And a bunch of data-centric efforts, I won't go into them. Again, digital twins, AI tools, data is key. And for example, not just even to deal with the actual climate issues, but also how to make awareness of people around it. Still, again, data technology, AI technology, and other computing technologies like virtual reality can bring people into a set, like in this particular example from an effort called Arsenoi, to have choice experiments and ask people, how much are you willing to do this or that, or not do this and not do that? And this will be very affecting on what kind of environment people will read. So lots of work that can be done to sensitize the world. And it's not always good if you have AI and data science and so on. Yes, if we can achieve the goal is to achieve the SDGs and get to a better world, but also this technology imposes on the climate. It consumes energy, it consumes resources, and it may work on the other direction. So we need balance. And in terms of global, let me say, Phoebe mentioned, I'm the president of the Association for Computing Machinery. It's the largest organization of computing professionals. Digital and computing is our target, but we care about technology policy, we care about policy and the world's problems. And as an example, in the recent the United Nations Financing for Development Conference. ACM was an accredited organization, and it established a side event, Smart Technology Fair Finance, the Promise and Risks of AI for Development. It was moderated by a professor of AI responsibility, Virginia Dignum, in University of Umeå in Sweden. And it was a virtual event. These are the panelists. You can see Phoebe next to me as familiar faces from this participating. The top line and myself were computing people. Phoebe and Michael on the left were economists, and the two lower lines are politicians. We all have to come together at the global level to solve the issues, otherwise we cannot. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yannis, and I apologizing for over talking. I always do that because I get excited, but I really apologize about that. Obviously, the data and digital component is crucial, not just for saving what we need, and not just for making usable what we develop, but also for deploying what we develop to the stakeholders that need to implement it. Our next speaker is Kedan Patel, Executive Director and Trustee of WAAS and Chair of Force for Good, CEO and co-founder of Greater Pacific Capital. Force for Good was established in support of the UN Secretary General Roadmap for Sustainable Development. Kedan will explain it in more clear terms, but the idea is to engage leading global financial institutions and technological companies in the roadmap and its implementation for sustainable development. Kedan, the floor is yours. The question I wanted to ask is where you see the challenges and what practical step do you think we can take in order to engage public and also other stakeholders, financiers, financial institutions, private institutions in the roadmap to net zero. Kedan, you are muted. Unmute.
Got it. Thank you, Phoebe. Given the timing, and I know we have two great speakers to come, I'm going to keep it as brief as I can. So, and I'm wondering what I can tell the audience that is going to make a difference in that short amount of time. And I'll keep it to 2 or 3 minutes so we have time for the others. So I think that the challenge is that we cannot address climate change or any other major issue in the world because of how we've chosen to build our society, which seemed logical coming out of the industrial age. But at this stage, it doesn't work. So we built our society on mass consumption, which implies that we end up consuming everything else that we possibly can and exploit every resource, every planetary resource and every human resource that we possibly can. So that might have been sustainable in the early days of the industrial era, but it cannot be sustainable with 10 billion people by 2050. We don't account for the implications of doing that very well in financial statements. So we believe we are profitable at doing this. But if we fully accounted for the damage, we would not be. And then we use technology, in particular, social sciences technologies of various types, to spread the word that actually the problem is climate change or some other factor, but not how we have built our society. And as a result, the consensus you would hope amongst the population that climate change should be the #1 issue has been falling apart, not only in the US, but also in Canada, in the UK, in Europe. In all these places, climate change has fallen in the priority list of what concerns people. If we wanted to fund it, we could, and we could do it very profitably because we're in a technology, information, and science age that is making massive breakthroughs. And those breakthroughs could be spread all over the world profitably. And it is expensive, as you said, Phoebe, but it's something that can be done profitably if we choose to. But if you wanted to stop yourself doing it, what would you do? Number one, you would launch an economic conflict on trade and tariffs across the world. Number two, you would dismantle everything that matters in terms of multilateralism, so the ability to work together. Number three, you would have wars that scare everybody so much they have to invest in more and more arms and security. As a percentage of their GDP, of course, that is rising, and therefore you could not afford to do anything else. And that's what we're doing. We are almost consciously stopping ourselves from solving this issue, climate change, and every other major issue. So it is no surprise that we are inexorably heading towards burning the planet and not being able to solve it. What are the solutions? I think there are many solutions, but the first is that you need enlightened leaders, which seems scarce, but we do. So number one, you have to have economic advancement and development. And if you do, people do not have a rational reason to vote for people who pretend to deliver that. Number two, you do need early warning signals and technologies. Number three, we have to roll out clean energies at mass and scale across the world. Number four, we need a world investment plan that shows it's profitable to address the major issues. And number five, we have to take back control of the truth and scaling communications to do so. These are all challenges that we can rise to. But for now, we've constructed a world that makes these things nearly impossible to do. I'll stop there and hand it back to you, Phoebe.
Okay, thank you very much, Kiran, for identifying a list of high priority solutions. Our next speaker is also doing that. He's focusing on one of the major drivers for these solutions pathways of both greenhouse gas emissions and biodiversity loss, and that is material consumption. So Andres Wickman is a former co-president of the Club of Rome, a board member of the Swedish Development Authority, and he will be introducing some of the results of the most recent report of GRO. Andres, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I also have to leave my manuscript because they're in the interest of time. But let me begin by saying that I agree very much with the chair that climate change, and by the way, also with Ketan Patel, that the climate change is but one of the many challenges. Even if we will be able to solve climate change and mitigate emissions, we would still have to address the relationship between the economies, the populations on the one hand, and natural systems. And we fail so far to live in a way that we don't destroy what I would call the life supporting systems. We have an economic model that focuses on production growth, which is a qualitative measure or objective and has nothing to do with quality. It can be good, but it can also be uneconomic or bad. So we need new indicators. I was planning to show that material consumption is the main driver. While I agree that the phase out of fossil fuels is immensely important, and the focus on the energy system is very important, electrification, etc., etc. But unless we understand that materials are the main drivers, we will not succeed. And in the most recent report from the Global International Resource Panel, the Global Resources Outlook 2024, we could show that this type of extractive economy extraction of materials and processing materials generate almost 60% of the greenhouse gas emissions. And here we talk about materials like concrete, steel, ammonia, aluminum, plastics, textiles, electronics, and biomass. And to change that, we need to use materials in a much more intelligent and effective way. Material use have gone up between 2 and 3% year by year. And there is a direct correlation between conventional economic growth and material use. And if this continues, we can forget about climate change. We can forget about biodiversity loss. We will lose the game. So that's really an important message. And while I was very interested, Madam Chair, in all the strategies that you showed us and all the modeling, I couldn't really figure out where materials and material consumption fits in. It has to fit in, absolutely. We have come to the conclusion that you can use materials much more efficient. You can move away from the linear production model, where most materials are only used once, to a more circular model. And you can also do away with a lot of the waste in the system. And if we focus on the 4 most important systems with regard to energy and material use, construction, mobility and transport, energy and food, in each of these sectors, we have shown that you can do things, you can do more with less. But we have to go one step further, because that is not enough. We have also to start a discussion on quality of life. What is the most important thing in life? It's not to buy more stuff. It's really so many other things. And here we need other indicators that focus on quality and that paves the way for a model of the economy which focuses where the objective is sufficiency. And here again, the top of the income ladder, the 1 or 2% at the top, they consume enormously. 20% of greenhouse gas emissions are directly generated by the 1% on the top. So here we have to do something, and we need policy measures to do it. So I stopped there in the interest of time. I hope I've conveyed a message that material consumption is a major driver, and we have to start looking at it. And of course, it has to do with the conventional economic model, which only values production growth and which equalizes production growth with welfare, which is flawed, which is wrong. So conventional economists have to be brought in and provide us with a much better model. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, the transition from the linear to the circular economic model and the beyond GDP model are a big part of the picture, and if I may say, are a big part of the systems modeling that I showed in the beginning. Thank you very much for very insightful comments. Our next speaker is Masaba Thioni, Project Executive of UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub at the UN Climate Change Secretariat. Masaba, what is needed to refocus innovation and climate action and make them better serve these climate goals of halving emissions by 2030 and achieving net zero by 2050?
Thank you, Phoebe. I think to jump directly at the heart of my presentation, what needs to be done is the inner development of the many people for the right outer action and system change. For the inner development of people, we need to take any opportunity to work together so that we can appreciate the contribution of others, build the trust, develop self-awareness and awareness of others. It is also important for the leaders to create space where at scale, individual citizens can have positive interaction that can lead to positive emotions. Positive emotions are very important for inner development. We need also to give to the many people opportunities to contribute to meaningful and purposeful activities. It should be considered as a right, not a duty. Each individual citizen should be given the right to contribute and to contribute to something that is meaningful and purposeful. This serves inner development. Now, for the outer action, we need to be holistic, and I fully agree with the intervention just before me. We cannot address the challenge of climate change, biodiversity loss, land degradation, and use of natural resources beyond planetary boundary in isolation. This is an intertwined crisis, and yes, it's a challenge to try to address them holistically, but we do not have the choice. We need to work on all these things in an integrated manner. Just to give an example, you will not address climate change unless you recognize the agency to non-human living. We need to collaborate, radically collaborate with non-human living so that together we join force and address the challenge of climate change. So it means that we need to have a society where we are not just extracting ecological value, but we are also producing ecological value. We need to give to the many people, but also to non-human living, opportunity to contribute to and benefit from the creation of ecological value. And we need to prioritize the most transformative climate and sustainability action. This is really important. We put our effort on trying to improve in a not really impactful manner what we have currently. And most of the time, this is not the best approach. We need to try as much as possible first to reduce consumption, and then where it is not possible, to disrupt products that have very high negative externality and do not fit into the future that we would like to build. And finally, we need also to enhance circularity of our economy. These three types of climate and sustainability action are the most transformative one, but yet they are not the one that most of the climate strategy are focusing on. Just to give an example, we are talking a lot about shifting from combustion car to electric vehicle. This is good, but we need to ask the question first, why do we need car at the first place? So we need car for mobility. Then can we use innovation to satisfy the need for mobility with less car? So for example, can we use GIS, GPS, remote sensing, and try to build 15-minute city where most of the product and services are available at biking or walking distance. And by doing so, you disrupt motorized transportation. This is much more transformative than shifting from combustion car to electric vehicle, although it's needed. For the system change, to conclude, we need to reinvent the world with a new systemic innovation framework that is life-centric, vision-driven. It's not about only solving the problem. We should not use innovation only to solve current problem. We need also to use innovation to establish the future that we would like to build, to paint a future and use innovation to get there. It has to be need-based, not just working on, let's say, the value chain that are just means, but also working on how do we satisfy the needs differently. It has to be collaborative among nations, within nations, with multi-level climate action, and as I have mentioned, between human and non-human, and it has to be transformative. Finally, we need to reinvent also ourselves with a new metacognitive reframing approach that challenge the way we think, the way we act, and the way we interact, and promote three key values that are really important for a net zero transition: caring, sharing, and daring. I will stop there because we do not have a lot of time.
Thank you very much, Masaba. Indeed, the behavioral change is one crucial aspect, and indeed is one aspect that takes a big amount of time. Because part of my work is on behavioral economics, and there is a big literature that it is really one very important, crucial transformation step, but also one that takes time and education and knowledge. But I would like to, I see Andres' hand, so I would like to give you the floor. Did you?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I cut my intervention too much. I should, of course, have made very clear that we are absolutely clear about one thing: the enormous difference, both in standard of living and also in material footprints, between high-income countries and low-income countries. I mean, I live in Sweden. My footprint is probably 20 tons per year in capita. The equivalent footprint in a low-income country, somewhere in Africa, maybe is 3 tons. And of course, to enhance standard of living in low-income countries, you need more materials. So you need to increase the footprints. And we have to lower our footprints step by step, by being more efficient, by being more intelligent, by doing away with waste, and by moving towards efficiency. So this is very, very important. Without that, there's no way we can achieve what we want. Second comment is, of course, that we are stuck in an economic model that has been brought to us by neoclassical economists, and they started already in the end of the 19th century. And at that time, nature was enormously big, abundant. Natural resources was not a problem. Financial capital, technology, innovation was scarce. So then they focused on that. But to continue to focus on that and neglect nature and natural resources that are outside the model today is, of course, idiotic. And that conventional economists have not left this nature blindness behind them, I think is a mystery to me. And let me end by quoting Gregory Bateson, who said many years ago, the major problems in the world are the result of the difference between how people think and how nature works. So we have to rethink the economic modeling, otherwise this is not going to work. Yeah. Unfortunately, conventional economists are not very active in this debate. And at the same time, they are in key positions everywhere.
Yeah. As an economist, let me just say, in our defense, that I lead the World Association of Environmental and Natural Resource Economies that now are numbered in the thousands. So, and we have a World Association, but also a European, a US Association, a Latin American, an African Association, an Asian, an Ocean Pacific Association. So nowadays, environmental and natural resource economists, the economists that study the interaction between the natural capital and structures and processes and the socioeconomic capital and structure and processes are a leading field in economics, possibly not the biggest. We still need to expand, but one of the leading fields in economics that actually gain a couple of Nobels. So in that respect, we are doing something to that. And because I have to close the session, it's 5, I will just say that it was an amazing part of structure that we had here with opinions from different sectors, thought sectors, I would call them. I need to apologize for talking too much at the beginning. I did not notice. I apologize again. And I think that I want to close by responding to one comment in the comments. Planetary boundaries.
Phoebe, I have
Yeah.
to start the next panel on the same stream.
Okay. I just
Really
want
you
to.
have to have this panel go.
Yeah. So
Bye-bye.
we need to. So thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Wonderful. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. I'm Ketan Patel. I'm part of the executive leadership team of the World Academy of Art and Science and a trustee of the board. I'm also the chair of Force for Good, and I'm delighted to welcome you here today to what is going to be, I think, a very exciting and interesting panel on mobilizing science and technology as a force for good. The panel has deep expertise and insights to offer us. We have people from various backgrounds, entrepreneurial, scientific, and academic, and intelligence services. I will make an ever so brief introduction that draws on our Technology as a Force for Good report to set the context very briefly. Then I'm going to introduce this very experienced panel. So number one, we're in the midst of a shift, of course, to an information-based civilization. And that is a profound shift that we do not educate the world on. It's a highly disruptive one, as much as the agricultural one was for those that were there before, or the industrialized one was for those in agriculture. So it's a time of great disruption. Every aspect of the human experience and the planet will be affected by this change. Today, we're clearly a multi-speed global society where some people have not even begun to get to use the technologies of the industrial era, let alone other technologies that are now breaking new ground like AI. And other parts of society are at the forefront of this technology. So it's an incredibly exciting but divided time. Those countries and companies that master the next technologies, and our report identifies 19 core technologies, will probably be the masters of this planet as we go forward. They will have the technology and the value and the ability to promulgate their ideas and thoughts across the planet. Importantly, what our report doesn't say is that if the previous era of industrial civilization was the colonization of land and the peoples living on the land, this time there is an opportunity to colonize the mind and control the ideas and beliefs of people. It seems like an incredibly dangerous colonization that we're about to enter into. However, if our societies can be positively transformed using this technology, and if we implement the right policies, we create markets, not just needs, and we satisfy those needs. It requires us, of course, to set the rules of engagement for these new technologies. We estimate in the report that this opportunity is worth $15 trillion of revenue for companies that are innovative at figuring out the rollout of technologies across the planet at the right cost. That's a brief context for a very interesting panel, which I'll briefly introduce. We have Glenn Gaffney. Glenn, raise your hand, please, is a tech strategist and innovator who, during his years of services at the US government, served as the Director of Science and Technology for the CIA and the Deputy Director of National Intelligence for Collection. He retired from there and entered into the world of technology ventures and became a director in a laboratory of innovation. Secondly, we have Dr. Mariana Buzasan. Mariana is an AI pioneer, Stanford and MIT, award-winning deep tech investor, a successful serial entrepreneur, and the architect of a concept of integral investing. She also authored a book by that name, Integral Investing from Profit to Prosperity. We have Nebojša Neskovic. Nebojša is a theoretical physicist also involved in accelerator technologies. He's the Vice President for Science and Technology for the World Academy of Art and Science too, and a full member of the Club of Rome, and the president of the Serbian chapter of that club. His leadership positions include the Vinča Institute, the Tesla Project and Center, and the Scientific Council member at Dubna. Galileo Violini, Galileo, do we have him? Is a theoretical physicist and science policy expert, co-founded the International Center for Physics in Columbia. He's a fellow of the American Physics Society and much awarded, including the Wheatley Award and the Joseph A. Burton Forum Award, has written more than 430 publications, a physicist and an expert and well recognized in the subject. That's my briefest of introductions that I can make to this panel because I want to spend most of the time on this panel discussing these topics. I'll begin actually with Glenn. Glenn, here's my question for you, which is the question I'm going to pose all the panelists and ask them to reflect on. And if you'd keep it very short, please, 5 to 6 minutes, so we have a chance to come back around and address other questions and then build off each of your ideas and thoughts. So, Glenn, given your experience and expertise, what are the science and technologies which you think can enhance peace and security in the world? Hello?
Yep, sorry, I was on mute.
Gotcha.
So I think a couple of things, just briefly. I think one, I'll focus on AI because AI, I think, is an incredible enabler and will be a huge fuel for the next what we would call revolution, industrial revolution, although that's the wrong term for this particular one. AI will be what electricity has been, right, to previous generations. And as such, the way we think about it, the policies that we establish, to support it, the way that we train and educate around it will all be critical globally. And it's the diffusion of that technology into all of these other market areas that will change everything and drive economies and competition. So I hold AI out as separate for both the promise and the real concerns that are there. And I'm sure we'll talk more about those. The next one that I'll highlight is clean and renewable energy. We've been talking about this for a while, but when you think about some of the key things that are necessary to solve some of the other key tech problems in terms of things like, in terms of AI, of course, in terms of what we think about in terms of advanced compute, and where we think about the future of clean water and food solutions. So many of these are energy dependent, and our energy needs are growing exponentially, and we are not keeping pace with what's necessary in the infrastructure as well as the next generation energy solutions. And so I think these are key areas that are huge enablers for next generation and for some of the things that you've highlighted in the Force for Good paper.
Thank you very much, Glenn. I want to turn to Mariana. We'd love your thoughts, Mariana, on this. You're obviously very experienced as an investor in this too, but as a result, I think you see so many things walking through the door before you choose what you invest in. What do you think are the important science and technologies?
Yes, I would second Glenn's contribution to this conversation, and I completely agree with artificial intelligence, but and quantum technologies in general, and of course precision fermentation. For me, there are three major sectors of the economy that are extremely important in order to make sure that people feel secure and safe, and we move ahead with evolution of society as we progress. And so that is energy. And for me, within the sector of energy, quantum. Quantum technologies using artificial intelligence or quantum information science with artificial intelligence that will help develop fusion reactors that provide the energy that is needed. And we can have this conversation. I'd love to talk about the energy crisis, because this is one of the biggest issues here, and it will be fun. Also, albeit a little scary. The other, and I would also encourage people to look at the law of accelerating returns that Ray Kurzweil put together, where he talks about Moore's law is, the end of Moore's law that's been on the way for the last 128 years. And now that is followed by photonic computers as the new technology that I'm pointing out, and quantum technology, analog computing, and so on. So those of us who are interested in digging deeper, and I've written, in the Integral Investing book extensively about those. Another thing that another sector that is important is food. How can we make sure, and we just heard in the previous panel, the disasters of climate change and how the planet is growing hotter and hotter, and how are we going to be able to feed ourselves with traditional agriculture, and that's going to be almost impossible. But precision fermentation and cellular agriculture will be able to provide us with that, albeit we agree to follow it, because right now there is so much resistance for some reason I don't understand. It's a mystery. And then also healthcare. And how can we use both quantum technologies, but also artificial intelligence to come up with precision medicine, to discover new drugs, and move ahead? So these are the major technologies that I'd like to point out at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Marina. Very succinct and very profound too, actually, in terms of the things you pointed out. And I think there's a lot of overlap between what you've stated and I think what Glenn has too. Let me ask Nebojsa. Nebojsa, you've been involved in the nuclear industry and its energy too, and the traditional uranium-based energy, but you have much wider experience too. And given what you're exposed to with the WAAS and Club of Rome projects on science and technology, what would you highlight for us as the most exciting technologies that can make the world better?
Thank you, Ketan. My opinion is that in the strategy of science and technology of each country, special care should be taken about science with large research infrastructures called big science, to enable the establishment of direct, strong connections of basic sciences from particle physics and space science via material science to radiation chemistry and biology, with engineering, medicine, and high technology, and also to provide very much needed intercultural bridges and thus contribute to mutual understanding and peace worldwide. The successes of such scientific activities at the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, in Geneva, and the Joint Institute for Nuclear Research in Dubna are clear proofs that dialectical unity of national and global approaches is a necessary basis for advancement and excellence on a wide front in science and technology, as well as an important contribution to true consolidation and improvement of international relations. I also think that every science model should include the request for education in basic research as the initial link in the chain of research and development at all levels, since that can intensively develop curiosity, courage, creativity, and persistence among pupils and thus considerably contribute to a proper establishment of their personalities. And they are forming as independent and responsible citizens, ready to participate in solving the sustainability, security, and peace problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Nebojsa. Thank you. Galileo, you have some overlap with
Thank you.
Nebojsa and
Well,
experience. Would you mind also reflecting on the same question?
Yes, well, I will try to present a point of view of the South, I would say. One thing which I would like to start from is to say that when one looks at sustainable development goals and one makes the statistics, how much is done and how much is not done, one forgets that they are not equal. One of them is the problem of poverty. And the poverty is a tremendous problem related to science. If one looks at the economic growth in the last decades, one finds that there's been an economic growth. But if you look at the poverty, you find that it's stable. There's been a minor improvement from moving from rural to urban. But this is just a way of displacing poverty. Inequality remains. And also the priorities which are made, indicated, don't reflect the existence of a chain, the chain education, science, technology, and innovation. Moreover, one tries to indicate goals which represent shortcuts, innovation, now the discussion on artificial intelligence, the discussion on quantum computing. But what is important is not to make the South an user of these things. One must create capacity to produce these things, to participate in their development. And the geopolitical situation does not help. In fact, there is a tendency, I remember it was last year in this month, I was in Berlin, and in a meeting in which people were stressing the importance of cooperation between like-minded countries. Now, if one stresses like-minded countries, the price is paid mainly by the southern countries, because these are the countries which are penalized. What is necessary? It's necessary to promote big science, and not only the big science which is functional to the scientific interest of the North. The Southern Hemisphere is full of astrophysics facilities of first class. But if you look, there's only one synchrotron in Brazil, and that's all. Africa has no synchrotron. So promote light sources, sectors which are of importance for the practical applications for everyday life. I actually am involved in one such project. And we are promoting the Global South project of light sources. This requires interregional cooperation, is fundamental, but also requires that international organizations are not simply the place where one makes an agreement between countries, what the countries promoters of initiative. International organization must be proactive, and is really a pity that very often instead they only act in a reactive way to first world and countries. Well, one can say that these ideas I'm mentioning are costly, maybe. The point, it is a fact that in the South, the investment in science remains always very low. And this is a matter which I'm very old, but I remember when I was young, still was the same problem. The average of Latin America in science, 0.6%. When you have that Brazil distracts attention from the fact that the median is 0.4%. In Africa, only 5 countries have 0.6%. So one must go in this direction. Is it costly? Well, I would like just to end with one thing, and not returning to the problem that the military expenses are important. Do you know, have you ever reflected that 1 kilometer of highway may cost 10 kilometers of highway can allow to have a compact light source, 30 kilometers a synchrotron. It is a matter of priorities. I think I try to keep myself
Thank you, Gale. You did. You kept
in
it succinct and
the
clear.
limit of time.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. I want to come back around now with picking up some of the things that you've said and pose a second round of questions that are different perhaps from what we might have expected, which is what is stopping us rolling out solutions? And maybe I can start with Mariana. Mariana, if we've found a solution in one part of the world, educational, energy source, whatever it is, why are we not able to transfer it across the world? Clearly, we would love it if we could transfer the know-how and it could be built there, or they could change the know-how we have in one part of the world to make it suited. But why are the ideas not flowing? And what do you think it would take to make that flow from your experience?
Great question, which is different from what we had
I know.
discussed
That's why I
before.
thought I'd ask you, because you're
But
suited to answering this.
well, but I brought the internet to Germany. I started the first company that went public on the German Stock Exchange, was the first nationwide ISP in Germany, and the internet is the response to that. And it is the foundation of how ideas are being propagated around the world, and humanity has never been more connected than today. The problem we have, and I think this is what Galileo also was pointing out, and Nebojsa, is, how can we elevate the level of conversation, away from talking about nothingness. And, I love cats. I watch cats videos myself. I photograph cats. But that's not what feeds me. That's not what puts food on my table or on the table of those around me. So I think, and again, it's a collective issue, and it's an individual issue. Individually, we've never been able, people, and able to access more knowledge, more know-how, more people than ever today. People at the bottom of the pyramid, they're rather not eat, but not get a smartphone, because that enables them to start a business, to contribute to the world, to educate their children, and so on. So I think we need to do that, but also at the top level, at the country level, at the company level, in general, we need to make sure that the distribution occurs, because the solutions are there. There's no reason why anybody on this planet should starve. But we see we're not able, politically, geopolitically, we're not able to come together around the table and agree on something that would help us all. So I think, and it all comes down to what Nebojsa has pointed out also. How can we open our hearts and connect, the head with the heart? It's not just about science and technology. It's also about, who are we as human beings, and how can we integrate those? Because I think, and this is actually what AI is putting on the table for us right now. As we talk about making AI more human-like, or put consciousness into those AI. Do AIs have emotions? How smart are they psychologically? Can they guide us in a psychological situation? But unless we become, we take a higher level of consciousness ourselves and understand what consciousness is and being a better human is, we won't be able to even translate, or to a robot,
Yes.
what it means to have dignity and higher levels of morals and ethics. So I think it's up to us.
I like that, Marion, because a recurring theme through the first day of the conference was that our problem is inside us. We are damaged somehow, traumatized somehow by our human experience inside, and we're reflecting that on the outside world. And that's an enormous danger. And that does take us straight into the conversation of dangers. But Glenn, I'd like you to reflect on that, please, because you had a very privileged position of being able to access great knowledge on science and technology and its applications and the great innovations. And at the forefront, you could of those innovations, you could see where they were coming from. Can you reflect on both parts of this? So one, what stops us rolling them out? And two, what Mariana said earlier, what are the dangers if we are not okay and the machines, the AI, is superior to us somehow in terms of awareness and consciousness? We're a long way away from that, I'm sure, but what is that?
We're a long way away from it, but it's going to come faster than any of us are prepared for it
Yes.
right now. And I think that's really an important issue. But I do want to take a step back, because I think to answer your question about what's holding us back, it is a couple of things. One is the sense of competition and the way that we pursue that competition relative to economic power, right? Military power, national security groups, right? Those particular things. And because we tend to draw straight lines from technology to application, and our whole sense of the way markets get developed tend to be along straight lines. Nebosha's points, I think, were really excellent right up front, because we have to think about the science to the application, right? And we need to think about it in its entirety, from the enabling pieces of the basic research all the way through the multiple areas of applied research. And that applied research space needs to actually be broadened and be interdisciplinary, right? Specifically, in order to bring things forward in a way that is more humanistic, right? And not
Yes.
just focused on rapidly getting to a product that beats everybody else to that space. I'm going to pause there, and I'm going to talk about the second piece, and then I'm going to tie these two together. The
Go
second
ahead.
thing that I think is we really have a set of mismatched policies that are really driven by the way that we have interpreted market competition and these other things going forward. And an example of that is most of our policies relative to economics and technology are around trying to get to a monopoly first, right? Or get to a strong IP position and then capitalize off of that position across, right, a region across the globe. That's the sense of competition and protection around that space. AI is the first in a long time truly general purpose technology, where a race to be first is not really going to define who wins or who loses in this space. It's the ability to diffuse the value of that technology through multiple markets, and our policies aren't actually geared to do that. And so, taking some of the things that Mariana just said and trying to tie them together, I think there's a real need right now for us to develop what I call AI trust labs, right? In that space that is the space between the basic research and some of the incredible things that are happening in developing the AI, but then looking at how we build interdisciplinary research in the applied AI space, market by market, including social sciences, including the public not just in the markets that we know, but in some of the underserved areas and some of the areas that we want to actually enable to use AI to actually close the digital divide, not grow the digital divide. And if we actually partner in the next phases of research following that basic work, do it in an interdisciplinary way, test outcomes and see what's acceptable in that space, and do it in partnership with the public, we change the way that we think about market. We change the way that we think about value. We actually speed the diffusion of this incredibly enabling technology, and do it in a way that focuses on the human aspects of this, not just the financial aspects of it. Alongside of that, and I'll be brief in this last point, is the policy piece. I believe there's a real opportunity here to think of policy not as a specific thing with definitive action associated with it, because we tend to have policy that either tries to lead and is over regulatory, or lags and waits, lets the market drive until there's a catastrophe and then it responds. I think it's better to think of policy as an elastic framework, right? And to think of it in terms of how do we use that framework to be adaptive, right? That then enables the kind of growth that's responsible growth, with the kind of guardrails and ethics that are important relative to human, right, and relative to who we are as humans. And so the partnership between the policy community and these trust labs, I think, becomes a really important element. And if we think of it like we would, let's say, envelope expansion in the aerospace industry, you reach certain thresholds and then you grow and enable and are ready for the next level of application and growth in these different markets. Setting policies that allow us to do that and then integrating these trust labs globally, because none of us can do this on our own, I think enables a different approach to the way that we move some of these key technologies forward, in particular on the AI side.
I have so many questions for you, which I'm going to have to hold because, in a world where multilateralism is falling, how do we do some of these things is a big question that comes up for me. But before I come to Niboshi, I want to come back to Galileo. Galileo, you highlighted something very fundamental. If we measure our success as a species by how we treat the most underprivileged in our world society, we are failing because we have poverty rising and systemic and structural poverty rising. We have conflicts and wars that will lead to more poverty and migration. And we seem to be ruthless at pursuing those wars at any cost. What does it take to address this from a science and technology perspective? Because it looks as if science technology makes us better at pursuing things that are not so good for the world, like wars and so on, and we're leaving out addressing fundamental basic needs.
I'll tell you, it's not an easy question. You understand what you're asking me. It is
That's
not
why I
an
asked
easy
you.
question. And the point is that I don't know where we should go. But what I know is that what we are doing, if projected to the next 20 years, when Africa will have more than doubled its population, is something which is that really unsustainable. So if one does not realize that the present situation projected to 2050, not to 2040, is already unsustainable, one cannot do anything. So what is the problem? I am a strong believer in multilateralism, but I also know that in this moment it is in crisis. But let me make a very stupid comment. I read recently what is the assignment foreseen in a recent bill of an important country to raise a frontier with the South. Well, that amount of money would be, just fit to make a comparison, the same that would cost to have a synchrotron operating, a first-class synchrotron operating during 25 years, building and managing, and would remain. Now, how much this would contribute to reduce the pressure, in my view, more than systems which cannot really made impossible the migration. The history of humanity is full of migration. If one looks back in the last 5,000 years, we have seen a lot of migration. In my country, we've seen all of them arrive to my country, so that in a moment or another. So that really, I think one should realize that one must make a multilateral effort to develop locally the developing countries. This is a choice. I mean, can one do that or not? I don't know. This is what I think should be done, but I know that it don't depend on me.
Okay. I'm going to take that as a partial answer and come back. But Nebosha, part of our problem is that we are losing control of the truth, or at least the effort to find the truth, because of how social media and populist politics are working. And also because actually people are open to untruths because their circumstances are so dire. Even in the richest of countries, including the US and Western Europe, 20 to 50% of people feel they are socially and economically excluded. And so poverty is rising in those countries, and the agendas that they wish to pursue are ones that they think will benefit them economically, not the global south or the rest of the world. Part of what you outlined is the need for basic science and the scientific method of thinking to be embedded in our education system at the youngest ages, perhaps, so that they think in this scientific way. Expand on that as a solution for our problems, please, and explain how you think we re-grip the truth somehow back.
Thank you for the question. I'll connect that to the question on critical dangers that science and technology can bring to the world, just to make the story complete. We are all aware of the possible negative impacts, for example, of computer and biochemical sciences and technologies on sustainability, security, and peace. However, I would like to mention and support a general approach to the problem based on the continuing following and assessing of potential dangers in acquiring knowledge within each discipline of research and development around the world. If this is done, this is a proposal, a general proposal, in a well-organized and firm multilateral way, as Galileo has already mentioned. This means within the UN system. These dangers could be effectively suppressed and eliminated before inducing harm to the humanity and the planet. I'm not talking only about AI. It is a general approach. We have to follow all sciences and all technologies in detail. But this is a serious task for the planet as a whole. Thank you.
I appreciate that very much. And look, I'm an economist originally by education and training, but I recently took a science degree, and it reignited my interest in the scientific method and the value of doing that. Mariana, you have your hand up. Can I hand back to you?
Yes, thank you. I would like to maybe to bring in an aspect that addresses both your last questions, like what is holding us back and losing, how can we lose, why are we losing control of truth? And I'd like to go back to fear. And when we look at what's currently happening, no matter, in technology, but also politically, it's all, mostly driven by fear. And so the reason why I brought up energy and why I'm focusing on energy in order to balance it out has to do with the fact that people don't really know what the biggest problems are that we have right now. It's in everywhere around the world. And did you know that the United States is prone to lose power and go into a massive energy crisis by 2035? And that's due to energy. There is not enough energy. Most people talk about chips and not sending chips to China and not, keeping them in the West and so on. But that's not the problem. The problem are the data centers and the energy to power them behind it, which is the actual problem. And so, and if we think that the United States will go into a, sorry, I think I said 35, but it's prone to come into an energy crisis by 28, actually in 3 years from now. This has to do with the fact that the AI, that this fear and the technology that the West hopes to be using in order to win the game against China and blah, blah, blah. I don't want to go into this. They are going to focus on technology and artificial intelligence and all the power. So the utility companies that are currently run, in governmental hands are now being controlled by OpenAI, by Microsoft, so I would love to share the data if there is more interest on this, but this is the fear that is currently, excuse me?
Do it briefly, please. Yes, share.
Okay.
Or post it so that others can pick it up too if you want to give a link, but give us the key data points, and then I'm going to come to Glenn.
So according to people who know what they're talking about, among them being Eric Schmidt, the former CEO of Google, the United States needs by 2030 92 gigawatts of additional energy in order to address the technological development needed in order to keep the position, in AI. And we can have a separate podcast on AI and why that is the case. So what does it mean? Do you know how many nuclear power plants? So 1 gigawatt is one nuclear power plant, and it takes 10 years to build it. During the last 30 years, the United States, and I'm using this as an example, has built exactly two 1 gigawatt power plants. And in order to keep up with the competition, fear again, we need 92 such things. Now, and I will be able to, after this intervention, to send the data link, as to how much OpenAI is planning to. So they're planning to build 10 gigawatt data centers within the next couple of years. Well, imagine, where is the energy going to come from in order to power these data centers? This is 92 additional gigawatts within 10 years from now. So,
you've raised a profound
which
point.
means the implication of that is that Microsoft, OpenAI, Meta, and all of those are going to do everything, given the money they have, in order to make sure that this energy is being available. Now, the implication for the normal people, and with 1 gigawatt energy, you can provide a 1 million, like a middle city, a million city inhabitants. So this is the fear that is currently regulating and dominating us, and we need to address that. Thank you.
That's a very important point, and I think you've just highlighted our challenge. The more we try to advance society for a small number of us, the less chance there is that those that are left out are going to share. And energy is a key conflict point in some ways, how to do this. Glenn, please, you had a point to make, and would you reflect on that too? Because I remember talking to a tech company, and you were with me, I think, when we had this dialogue, and they saw Africa and they said, economically, it would be justified to have maybe one data center amongst 3 countries, but only 3 in the whole of the African continent. And then it would be marginally economic to do so because of the quality of the demand and the profit potential. So it wasn't really that economic. But if you could figure out how to do it cheaply, and you put the data centers down across the continent of Africa, you would probably own the data and those customers for decades to come. But that's not a leap they're ready to make. Please, let me hand back to you on the question you wanted to raise, or the point you wanted to raise too.
Yeah, so just maybe I can connect all these pieces. Just in the last point that you made, I think a lot of the problems, particularly when companies are looking at extending into areas of the world, and particularly in the global south, and the conversation that you and I had with this one company vis-a-vis relative to Africa, was that their business model is wrapped around sovereignty and sovereign control of the data that's in that space. So it's one center, one data store per sovereign country. And I think there are good and relevant examples of creating shared data spaces and still respecting sovereignty. Yes. And understanding some of the basic science breakthroughs that are happening in ways to actually protect data and protect information will allow data interaction and the protection of sovereignty. So not only has it been done among countries who have decided to actually invest and do it, but there are new technologies coming down the pipeline from some of the research that's being done, and now moving into the applied science areas that will further enable this. So there's opportunity here. I want to come back. I put my hand up because on the education question, because I think it's a really important, it's a critically important time for us, not just in globally, right? For us globally in this space, which is we need to, oddly enough, the technologies that are making our life easier, or another way to say it, and I hate to sound like I'm just harping on AI all the time, but as we build systems that become more human, we are becoming less human at the same time. We're not teaching critical thinking skills. We're teaching application skills. We're not teaching how to deal in probabilities in a probabilistic world, right? And given those probabilities, what does the critical thinking look like as we're approaching these different kinds of systems problems? So the problems and solving these problems with a real focus on our needs as humans, right? Protection, society, food, water, poverty, right? Yes, there's a need for multilateralism, but there's a need for systems thinking and critical thinking in that space, which can be and should be built upon some of the basic science pieces in the education world that Nebosha, again, was talking about and highlighting in this space. I think there's real opportunity here. And that there's a real need and there's real opportunity to do this. Lastly, I ponder, and part of the last conversation, I heard Phoebe talking about this a little bit, Phoebe Konduri, on the economic side and natural real world assets. But I think, and natural real world assets is a good example to use. But I wonder sometimes if there's not an opportunity to take technology that we have in terms of cryptocurrency and what have you, and not think of it just in terms of what it means on the currency side, but what would it mean to actually build this out across an education system that we then begin to teach and let kids, the next generation, right, begin to look at value propositions differently. And what would a futures market look like if we began to think about futures and have the valuation follow a cryptocurrency like example for those kinds of assets? I believe that we would begin to invest in things differently and begin to change the way that we think about value recognition as opposed to value extraction, right, and in the development of these things. So I think there's some key areas here that are important to develop.
Thank you, Glenn. We're in the last 5 minutes, and this format, when you have people with such deep experience, is very difficult to extract enough value in, even for and do something which is a little bit unfair, which is, I have a reflection on what you've said and how it translates into solutions. But for all of you, could I ask you to highlight, based on what you've said so far and what you've heard, what is there's no magic bullet, but if you had a magic bullet that you think is a solution that technologically, scientifically, that would help the world, what is that? And I will ask Nebosha to go first. Nebosha, what is that solution you would, if you had a chance to champion one thing, what would it be?
Okay, let me say one thing I think it's missing in our discussion. It is clear today that acquiring knowledge along the chain of basic, applied, social, and humanistic disciplines by scientific communities worldwide within the disciplinary boundaries must often be supplemented with multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary analyses followed by transdisciplinary syntheses. When I say multidisciplinary, I mean additive and enriching. When I say interdisciplinary, I mean interactive and wider. And when I say transdisciplinary, I mean holistic and novel. However, each of such exploration efforts should be performed in the non-positivistic way, meaning that the final objective, after describing a phenomenon on the basis of the data experienced, should be to reach and comprehend its essence. And finally, I would like to underline the relations between science and art as two distinct but complementary methods of inquiry about nature, society, and human beings with the same aim: to unravel the sense of the universe and communicate their findings to others. The results of science, being objective, and the results of art, being subjective, should influence and enrich one another, and thus push further the boundaries of a true understanding of the universe. Thank you.
I like it. Very well captured. Thank you. Galileo, can I ask you to go next? Again, we have a minute each, right? So
I will tell in 1 minute.
Please.
What I would like is that a discussion like this, which
Yes.
is of tremendous interest for 20% of human population, world population, becomes
Yes, sir.
interesting for 100%.
Yes. Okay. I like that too, but I hope we get to 20%. But that's good. Mariana.
Well, I'm so fired up because I know that there is, I don't know whether it's 20%, but what I see in Europe, the young entrepreneurs, they fire me up. They give me so much hope. The young people, they have gotten it. And all of these amazing PhDs who are currently using the technologies that I already mentioned, quantum algorithms to develop new drugs, precision medicine, precision fermentation to develop new foods from food rests, better algorithms to distribute the food that is being developed. Quantum technology combined with mathematical artificial intelligence, not those that hallucinate, but there is real mathematical computation that is currently being used with quantum algorithms, and it's happening today. It's developing stellarators that, for instance, Proxima Fusion and Keppel Quantum. These are amazing companies that is, are going. The first quantum fusion reactor is going to go live in 31, so just a few years from now. And this is all what gives me a lot of hope because it's real, it's happening now, and the money goes in the right direction. So we're doing something right.
Thank you. Thank you. I hear your interest and passion. I feel it. Thank you. Glenn.
Okay, to answer your question in less than a minute, the one thing that I think if I can only get behind one thing and champion it, it would be biotech, right? And specifically as it relates to global health. And global health, not in the macro sense, but in group by group senses. And one of the things that I think is fascinating here is as we think about applying things like AI in the biotech and the global health space, it is the richness of diversity that actually makes the model stronger and makes the model more applicable in this space. And so the inclusion of local groups, regional groups, right, helps the AI modeling and the bio and the health solutions, right, as a whole, both in the macro and in the specific. And I think this needs to be addressed if we're going to make the world, right, safer, better.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to put my one forward then to end, which is I wish it was AI for the purpose of advancing knowledge, human consciousness, and collaboration, because we will find all the answers out of that probably if we could share. And AI probably is a tool to help us do that. I want to thank a great panel. You've been ever so disciplined and ever so succinct at putting forward some very big ideas. I wish we had a back-to-back panel where we would just go deep into solutions even more, because I think we only began to touch on that. And that's the nature, I think, of this subject. It's so wide. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ketan.
Thank you.
And to all others. Colleagues, goodbye.
Goodbye. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, Paul.
Hello, dear Francis. How are you? Are you still in Rhodos?
I am still in Rhodos and in Lindos in particular.
Oh, fabulous.
We swam across St. Paul's Bay. It's a rather small.
Fabulous, fabulous, fabulous. I'm in the Provence.
Ah, mais c'est très bien alors.
In France. So that's quite nice also, but I recognize Rhodos is quite something. I hope one day to get there.
The last time I was here was 1967.
Wow, amazing.
My
And?
family left the Middle East after 2 years. We got on a boat in Beirut and traveled through Rhodos all the way to Bari in Italy and got back to Ireland 2 weeks before the Six-Day War broke out.
Yes.
And my father's Irish Army replacement as a UN peacekeeper was shot dead on the Golan Heights.
Wow, wow, wow.
So had it not been for our departure, it could have been my dad. There you go.
There you go, definitely. Yeah. Hello, Amanda. Nice to have you on the panel. It's wonderful to meet you.
Amanda, we cannot hear you.
Could you unmute, Amanda?
Oh, I'm so sorry. It's
not at all.
Before 5 a.m. for me, and I'm still a little
Oh,
bit.
goodness.
Good. Where are you, Amanda?
I'm in Hawaii.
Hawaii.
So
Good.
Fabulous.
That's home base. So lovely
Yeah.
to see you, Francis, and very nice to meet you, Paul.
Nice to see you and
Likewise.
to meet you. So
I'm
we
in
have
Rhodes.
Rhodos and we have Hawaii, two wonderful islands.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Do
and
you
I
need?
think, sorry, please go ahead.
Do you need me to ping Augusto or Maria? Or they are not?
I don't know. Yeah, but they'll be coming on board, I assume, Maria and Augusto. But what time is it now? It's exactly
3 minutes.
We still have 1 minute. 1 minute. It starts at 5 p.m. our time.
Okay.
Yeah.
And in terms of order, will it be the same order that it was shown in
the program?
Program, yes.
Well, what would you like to propose? Would you like to propose?
Oh, that's good for me. That will give me time to wake up, so I would love to go last.
Fine. So you will be last, but not least.
Thank you.
Yeah. And so, Amanda, you are from New Zealand, is that correct?
Yes.
Wonderful. Wow, that's quite some way down under. No, is that true? Does it apply to us, to New Zealand, the wording down under, or only to Australia?
Absolutely, to both.
To both.
It's a matter of perspective, no?
Well, that's exactly right. In Hawaii, yeah, that's true. We tend to think of ourselves at the top of the world or the center of the world. But
why not? Why not? We Irish are trying to be on top of the world.
Yeah. Okay, so what shall we wait again?
Do we have Imran with us?
Who?
Imran is maybe he's not for this one. Normally there's a WAAS administrator and a rapporteur who then writes up the session.
Yes, I do not know, unfortunately. I don't know. Maybe there is a rapporteur. I don't know. But I see that there's a WAAS administration, there are two links on our screens. Maybe it's one of them. I don't know. Yeah.
And we seem to have 19 participants signed in already.
Wow, yes, it's
At the
coming
bottom
up.
of the screen.
Yes.
20, just gone up to 20.
20 now, 20. What do we do? What do we do? Should we
Shoot
start?
21.
I think we will start. I think sometimes there are technical problems. Fine. So let's start, and they will come on board, Maria and Augusto. Fine. Now, basically, I thank you very much for coming on board, and I wish to thank also the World Academy and Gary Jacobs for inviting me to this panel discussion on a subject, especially at NGIC, has been discussed for many years, also within meetings held at UN Geneva. But at the same time, we need to revisit permanently this subject. So what I did, I think you received, I sent you a little memo. Did you receive my memo, which I sent by mail? I sent you a memo giving out a few ideas.
Yes, yes.
And
make that
just to
available,
get the
Paul,
ball
to the listeners as well. Shall we
no,
put it in the chat
I
and
sent
make
it out.
available to...
Fine, no problem. I sent it out to the panelists. Yes, hello, Augusto.
Yes.
Nice to have you on the panel. Wonderful.
Hi, I did receive your memo. Thank you. It was very useful.
Thank you very much. Now, I will, of course, not read what I sent out, and I would like to jump immediately into the discussion, because on many other panels during this wonderful summit of WAAS, multilateralism, the wording came up many times, but amazingly, global governance didn't actually show up that much. So. So there's an interesting, how do you say, difference there. So I would invite Augusto, if you are ready, to give your thoughts and share your thoughts on how we can address effective multilateralism. The problem I see since many, many years, it's a wonderful word, but at each time we are stuck, basically. We are stuck because the effectiveness of this multilateralism, and here Europe plays an important role because it has de facto become the EU's foreign policy. When you go down into the details, we have difficulties in grasping in the efficiency of this multilateralism. So please charge ahead, Augusto, as chair of the Global Governance Forum, how you address today the ongoing perennial issue of multilateralism and the way it is going down and it's not working properly. So let's make it work properly. Please, Augusto, your thoughts would be wonderful to share.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you. I'm very happy to participate in this panel, although I realize that I am surrounded by colleagues who know about the subject as much, if not more, than I do, because they have also been working in this space for a long, long time. It's a privilege to share the stage with them. I guess what I would do is I would begin by diagnosing, in some sense, what is the problem that we have when it comes to multilateralism and global governance, right? And this was actually put forward by a former colleague of mine at the World Bank, more than 20 years ago, when he coined a term which I thought was very interesting. He said that the problem with the world today is that we have a governance gap. And he said what has happened in the post-war period is that the institutions that were created, after the war, like the UN, like the IMF, the World Bank, the supporting infrastructure of institutions that basically provide a vehicle for international cooperation, these organizations, have evolved gradually over time. They have made occasional adjustments to the changing realities on the ground. But that what has happened, of course, in the last, it was then 60 years, but today it would be 80 years, is that the world has changed at a much faster pace. And, we have we face situations today of increasing complexity across a whole range of areas. When I think, for instance, of what, the way that the global economy operates, the sophistication of the financial, when we think about the fact that the UN Charter, which is the starting document of this process, this 80-year process, is a document that was put together in the pre-nuclear age, in the pre-digital age, in the pre-climate age, right? So what has happened is that we have gradually seen the emergence of this governance gap, an increasing inability of the institutions that we have to deal with the problems that we confront. And as a result of that, humanity is suffering. We are seeing unresolved global conflicts, unresolved problems. We understand what the issue is when it comes to climate change. The problem is not one of lack of knowledge. The problem is one of political will. The problem is one that we don't have the instruments to deal with this, in this particular case, rising emissions, in a way that is binding and effective. And this is the result of basically inadequate institutions that underpin our global governance system, right? So for me, the starting point there, therefore, is it has to involve institutional modernization. We have to ask ourselves, how do we bring these institutions into the 21st century? How do we give them the jurisdiction, the resources, in order that they will be able to do the kinds of things that are necessary today to confront these global challenges? And I'm not just thinking of the UN, actually. The UN system, the Secretariat, the core. I'm actually also thinking of the agencies that support the work of the UN. I worked for many years at the IMF and at the World Bank, and without going into the details, let me assure you that these organizations are very much in need of also adapting to the 21st century. And the IMF, as it is constituted today, is not ready to confront the next global financial crisis. I am deeply worried that, as happened in 2008, they will be found wanting. They will be found sleeping at the wheel because of these inadequate institutional arrangements, which simply are not responsive to the age in which we live in. Now, that's the starting point. Just one more minute. It is necessary to do institutional modernization. It is not sufficient. Yes, we have to reform the Security Council and the UN. Yes, we have to find more creative ways of funding the UN system. Yes, we have to, as the Global Governance Forum has advocated, create something like an Earth System Council within the UN system to deal with the environmental problems that we have today. But beyond this, charters, constitutions, founding documents have to be supplemented, but what I call unwritten norms and rules. And here, the best constitution or the best well thought out founding document will be found wanting if it is not supplemented at the same time by a process of education whereby we gradually inculcate, especially in the young, especially the rising generations, with the appropriate principles and values that are going to allow us to create this sense of community, a sense of solidarity, a sense that we are all members of one human family confronting these universal challenges. Let me stop here. I think you are muted, Paul.
You are muted, Paul.
Sorry. Maria, hello. Nice to see you again. Basically, governance gap, lack of political will, and institutional modernization. I think those are the 3 points that you highlighted, which is a nice way of pursuing the discussion now with Maria. If you could, Maria, also now address, basically those 3 issues: governance gap, lack of political will, and institutional modernization. Would you agree with Augusto? Thank you.
Well, thank you, Paul. It's such a joy to be sharing the stage with friends, with all friends. And I think here we share a common purpose. And the common purpose is to make the multilateral architecture deliver for people on the ground, be relevant. And it's very difficult sometimes when we speak about multilateralism, because it's not only difficult to pronounce, especially for non-English speakers, but people don't own the concept. They do not understand what it means. And I think part of what we need to do is exactly what Augusto mentioned. A global campaign to make citizens of the world own the need for what multilateralism stands for, which is basically cooperation, international cooperation and solidarity. It is about collective action. And we have a multilateral system that is more complex. It's not the UN. It is about regional integration mechanisms and processes. It is spaces where governments come together, but there are other agencies than 80 years ago. The role of civil society, the role of academia, the role of science, the role of the private sector. So we really need to think, in a more complex way, what the multilateral architecture is about or should be about in the 21st century. And what it should be about, not only better institutions, more effective, more accountable, better financed, but also owned by citizens, and so we are able to share responsibilities and to share the actions that need to come to place to address the current challenges. When we explain, they just think for a second that we have someone from a different planet coming to planet Earth and looking at humans. And we live in times of profound contradictions. We have made great strides, of course, on many things, but we produce enough food to feed the planet and more, and yet 2 million people still go hungry every day. We have more knowledge and technologies than ever before, yet inequalities keep deepening. Global health has accelerated, and its progress has accelerated. And however, people continue to die of preventable diseases. We have pledged for 29 times, almost very soon, 30 times, we have come together to commit on climate action, and yet emissions continue to rise and ecosystems continue to deteriorate and even collapse. So basically, and if we look at the economies, as an economist, Augusto mentioned the issue of the economic and financial crisis. So basically, I think that the central question that we should ask is, the question is no longer whether we should cooperate, but more how is that we need to put in places the institutions, the mechanisms, the political will, and the power
to cooperate. How is that we do that to remain relevant? So I think that the title of this session, it's extremely telling. We require a fundamental redesign. And let me just give for the conversation and the discussion later, perhaps 3 headlines or 4. The first headline would be, how to update the core hardware of multilateralism, the system of international cooperation that we founded 8 decades ago. So basically, this sort of what we have seen as structural inertia, I think it's fueling a crisis of legitimacy, of trust, particularly among countries of the global majority, because they demand greater voice, greater access to resources, a greater access to low carbon technologies, etc. So that is one part. I mean, to redesign and rebuild the hardware of multilateralism. And the number 2 headline would be that the multilateral architecture should be more inclusive and more complex. And with that, I mean more networked, more multi-level. And I think that we should accept the fact that the nation state is not only the only actor on the world stage. So basically, when I say multi-level network and multi-actor, we have to, for example, think about the need to empower local and regional actors. Let's only look at the SDGs. 60% of SDGs are under the direct responsibility of local governments. 70% of the global emissions around the world come from cities. And they have a critical role to play. So in this multi-level architecture, we have to add the other actors that I mentioned before. So networked, multi-level multilateralism. The other issue is something that Augusto already mentioned. I won't go into the detail, and perhaps we can add this to the exchange and the conversation, but we need a profound reform of the global financial architecture that goes from fiscal and global taxation, the issue of debt restructuring, the issue of the power and the governance and the mechanisms of multilateral development banks, not only the Bretton Woods institutions, but also regional development banks. We just came out from Seville, from the 4th Financing for Development Conference, where there were many advances on that area, and perhaps we can discuss more on the operational and in the practical responses to that. So basically, for me, one of the main challenges at the end of the day is how that we come together to govern our commons, to share the responsibility, to improve the institutions we have, their accountability, their transparency, the way they're funded, the participation of other actors and agencies to really respond to the world of today. And some may say that international cooperation, that multilateralism really counters national interests and national sovereignty. So I would like to perhaps close with a quote, and the quote says that the best way to guarantee one's national interest is through international cooperation. And this quote comes from Mr. Morgenthau. He was the US delegate to the Bretton Woods Conference in 1944. And I think this phrase coming from the United States, it's perhaps more relevant today than it was 80 years ago. the best way to guarantee one's national interest is through international cooperation. So what we are facing now is the need for the political courage, the creativity, to reshape a system that is human-made. Therefore, the solutions have to be also human-made. Thank you, and over to you, Paul.
Thank you very much, Maria. Thank you. Thank you. There's so much food for thought. But I like your mentioning at the end of Henry Morgenthau, because basically I'm European, and the whole European project, as we all know from Schuman and Jean Monnet, was exactly also that approach at the regional level. So we feel on familiar grounds. But let's continue the discussion, and let's invite Francis, if you may, to jump in. That would be very nice.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, well,
thank you very much. I think that from Augusto and Maria, I have picked up the repeated importance of education and awareness raising about multilateralism. And I think this is very important because those of us who recently, with the support of the Interaction Council and the Club de Madrid, Danilo Turk and others, and the elders launched an appeal to recover or retrieve the UN Charter for its 80th anniversary on the 26th of June. This appeal is now being extended through the high-level segment of the General Assembly into the 24th of October, UN Day. But in our private conversations with our politicians in many countries in Europe and beyond, we've been struck by the absolute ignorance of what the UN Charter consists of. So the people who are running our countries don't even know the fundamentals of what the UN Charter is, let alone the people out on the street, the civil society, the young people, and so on. So in this day of digital media, we have an enormous challenge to overcome this gap in public awareness, along with the institutional gaps and the governance gaps that Augusto has been mentioning. But let me try and just focus on three things that come to mind, and a little bit of follow-up of our session yesterday, Paul. I will kind of look at this from three angles. The governance angle, the institutions, the norms, the rules that have been spoken about, and then society, civil society, and then a little bit sort of reflection on economy. So if I were to start at the beginning of this, I would say that we have a desperate need to revisit the veto, the veto of the P5. This is the challenge to the legitimacy of the sovereign equality of member states. Because as I argued yesterday, there isn't a sovereign equality of member states when you have 5 countries who have the veto, 3 of them being vestigial empires and trying to grow again, Russia, the United States, and China. And they have the capacity to override everyone else. And there, as I argued yesterday, there is nothing in the UN Charter which prevents the reemergence of imperial adventurism. And when we get to the problems of, say, the exercise of the veto, we have Article 27, paragraph 3, where a party to a conflict cannot, in principle, exercise a veto, yet Russia has done so on the very time when it presided the Security Council and invaded Ukraine. So we need to get the member states themselves, and the superpowers in particular, to abide by the charter and get back to that. I mean, there's not hardly any point in coming up with another charter or a revision of the charter if the member states and the ones in whom we have vested our security in the P5, if they don't go along with it. And by the way, they happen to be the world's largest arms exporters. And as somebody said yesterday, you know, why is it? I think it was probably Ismail Sadiq who well argued these countries that are suffering the most from conflict, whether it's Sudan, Yemen, Somalia, or wherever today, they don't even produce a single weapon. So there are contradictions that are fundamental to the governance of our international system and multilateralism as such. And I think that these things need to be addressed. Now, on that same level of, say, institutions, norms, and so on, we don't have the enforcement mechanisms. The International Court of Justice is only as effective as the states who adhere to it want it to be. But those states who do not wish to adhere to it, they put themselves outside of it and they can ignore it and do ignore it. Look at what's happening with Israel in Gaza, despite the advisory opinions that have come out of the International Court of Justice. The International Criminal Court, well, the Americans completely undermined it from the very beginning, having actually been playing a prominent role in its creation. So this kind of hypocrisy at the institutional level really, really doesn't help. But there's a third institution which now comes along because China has taken the initiative to create or try to foster into being the International Organization for Mediation a few weeks back or a couple of months ago. But who are the signatories of this? We don't even know for sure, but they seem to be about 20 to 30 autocracies like Belarus and other countries who want to go the mediation route rather than having to abide by international arbitration, the International Court of Justice, or something else. Now, there isn't per se something really bad in this idea. It's a good idea, but it needs to be given much more, I would say, legitimacy than to simply be the bedchild of a few autocracies. So big question mark on that, and work in progress, hopefully a work in progress. So these are some of the things I just wanted to mention on the governance side. Now, on the society side, I think we really have to, as Maria has pointed out, recognize, in fact, firstly, as Boutros Ghali said to us once at the Global Baku Forum a few months before he passed away, is that the world is far more complex than just the member states of the UN. There are these multiple levels of interaction, and Maria has briefed them out very well in terms of the city governance and climate change. But we already have chambers in the UN system, like in the ILO, where the trade unions come into the picture, where the corporates come in. We have bodies outside the UN, like the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, where the corporates and civil society are supposed to come together, although one of the founding members, Rio Tinto, is not very good at abiding by those prescriptions, in particular in places like Serbia and in Central America. But these are things, I think the idea of giving civil society a great role, and I was very sad to see recently that civil society is really apparently only freely acting today in about 2% of member states. That's very bad, that there has been a real falling back in terms of civil society expression, including here in Europe. Now, part of it was justified by pandemic restrictions, but autocracies jumped in on that and made it even more difficult with people's surveillance. And then the last thing I wanted to just mention is that the economy, I don't think that we can really make much economic progress with the SDGs, let alone with good governance on other levels, if we allow the global conglomerates, the digital giants and others, to run amok wild without any form of regulation whatsoever. Now, one of the fundamental problems that we have with media freedom in all countries is market concentration. When you have the big fish eating the small fish, and you eventually get less competition, less diversity, more and more regulatory capture, state capture, and eventually autocracy tending towards personality cults and extremism of various types. So I think that regulating global corporations, if they want to be a player, not just in the World Economic Forum, but through the UN and its institutions and the IFIs and Bretton Woods, they should have a voice, but they should also have responsibility. As we said yesterday, it's not just a question of a Universal Declaration of Human Rights, but also of human and corporate responsibilities, going beyond the Global Compact, which Kofi Annan brought about, going beyond the OECD principles on corporate governance, which are facultative or optional, and having mandatory obligatory requirements for global corporations. And I think tackling market concentration has to be part of that. So I'll just stop there because I think this is a very rich opportunity to exchange views on how we can reshape the world. But I would just finally say we have an awful lot of the instruments we need in place. We need to tweak them. We don't have to redesign the entire planet. That will happen after World War III. But hopefully we can avoid that. And if we can deal with the real structural problems now, then I think we will be in better shape in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francis. Thank you very much. Indeed, we don't need to change everything. The Charter has been and continues to be the bedrock of all multilateral international system. But you're right, we need to tweak them, as you say, maybe, but still, let's keep something that has been going on now for so many, many decades. Let us now go to Amanda. Amanda, thank you very much for joining the panel from Hawaii. Please, we listen to you now with great expectation.
Thank you so much, Paul. And it's a real pleasure to be with such esteemed colleagues. And thank you to WAAS for putting on this important series of dialogues. I'd like to begin with a formal greeting from Aotearoa, New Zealand, my birth country, in the indigenous language Māori. E ngā mana, e ngā reo, e ngā rangatiratanga. Tēnā koto, tēnā koto, tēnā koto katoa. This is a very significant greeting. It not only recognizes all of the panelists as leaders, as chiefs, but it also encapsulates the importance of our philosophy. So 3 times the greeting is repeated. Once for the ancestors who are always with us, once for those of us present in the room who actually have the power to change things now. We are the change agents in what Sylvia Earle, the ocean's icon, has called probably the most consequential decade in the next 10,000. And finally, the future generations as yet unborn, but to whom we owe a duty of care. And I think this context from Indigenous peoples who steward some 80% of the remaining biodiversity on our planet, despite being only 5% of peoples, is a really important reminder for us of the frame. Now, the other panelists have given a wonderful overview, and I might just dive in to a couple of the points that really resonated with me. First of all, context. So the COVID debt overhang we know is really significant. We've got 3.5 billion people living in countries where the debt servicing costs are higher than what is spent on health and education. And Maria mentioned that importance of redesigning our multilateral financial system and the development banks and the regional banks. We have an obvious fracturing of trust in the rules-based order, and I think the word crisis was used, and I would fully agree. The rise of populism and nationalism, which is often driven by disinformation, fueled by AI. And Francis, I think your points were absolutely critical. We are in the age of the tech oligarchs, and disinformation is really on the rise. We had an interesting search recently on climate on Twitter, formerly, I guess X now, formerly known as Twitter, and the top return was climate scam. So it gives you an idea of what is out there. Then when we look at the erosion of multilateralism that we've been talking about, I think, Augusto, your points, pre-nuclear, pre-digital, pre-climate crisis, this is the charter that we have now, and I really commend you and the work that the Global Governance Forum is doing on a second UN charter. How do we actually update and make it relevant for our current moment? The triple planetary crisis of climate, biodiversity, and pollution has been mentioned, and we are overshooting planetary boundaries. I had the privilege of working with some of the world's leading scientists, and scientists have been talking into the void for the past 40 years. Everything they've been telling us has come to bear, and we've now overshot 430 parts per million. We have transgressed the 1.5 degree threshold, and we are seeing increasing extreme weather events. And as was mentioned, it's not because we don't have the knowledge or the solutions, it's because we lack political will. So what has been happening outside our European influenced world? Well, we look at the rise of the BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. And I remember arriving as New Zealand's ambassador to the UN in Geneva in 2013 and seeing that the BRICS were actually doing joint statements in the context of the United Nations. Now, the BRICS are already 35% of GDP, as opposed to the G7 at 30%. And Iran, Ethiopia, Egypt, and the UAE joined formally. Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, Indonesia, and Saudi have recently joined, and there's now some 30 BRICS partners. So I think we do tend to take our eye off the ball and think that we need to just be looking at a reform of current institutions. Francis made the point about the recent Chinese initiative. There are many others, of course, with the Belt and Road, replacing the traditional OECD development assistance style of overseas development assistance. There are many things happening which are new models and different models, and we need to be encompassing those and figuring out how we give all players a seat at the table so that we're not just talking to ourselves. Coming to UN reform itself, I could not agree more on the veto with Francis, and having served on the UN Security Council as co-chair for humanitarian access into Syria, I saw the pernicious impact of the veto firsthand, and it really does require reform. So the work that is being done on the second charter has some interesting proposals on how we might work around that, because it is certainly a massive, massive problem. And look at the dysfunctionality that we're seeing today. The other issue with the veto, though, is that there is an effective veto in many of our multilateral organizations and negotiations. When we look at the climate negotiations, it takes only one country to upend a negotiation, as we have seen in multiple recent climate accords. And I'm hoping that COP30 in Brazil this year will be different. We really do need to get rid of this effective veto, which gives us a lowest common denominator. But it's not all doom and gloom. There have been some very positive recent developments. We've seen the World Health Organization come out with this pandemic agreement, the IMO come out in April with the new agreement on GHGs, and worth mentioning there that there isn't an effective veto. It is a majority decision. So I think that model is important. Now, finally, looking at the reform of the financial system that Augusto mentioned, one of the crazy things that we have and is still allowed by World Trade Organization rules, $7.1 trillion a year in fossil fuel subsidies. There's a massive lack of financing for the transition. And what are we doing? 7.1 trillion a year in explicit and implicit subsidies, and 7.9 trillion in investments by the private sector in new fossil fuel infrastructure since the Paris Agreement. So we're not lacking money. What we are lacking is proper rules and regulations and the political will. So for me to conclude, a second UN Charter, really critical, role of civil society enhanced, perhaps via a parliamentary assembly. We've had, of course, the Pact for the Future, the important work going on now with UN 80 for reform, and perhaps rather hastened by the US withdrawal of a number of elements of the UN system and, of course, of significant financing. So this is a crisis of liquidity, and there's no time like a crisis to really use that to make the kinds of reforms that we need. Perhaps we also need a standing UN peace force. So we talked about an Earth System Council, and the Global Climate Governance Commission has some interesting ideas on that as well. So for me, to close, the world population has quadrupled in the last 80 years. We are now a very big presence on a small planet. The tragedy of the commons is very real. Climate change and biodiversity loss are not only problems, they are existential crises. And so we have the opportunity now, this decisive decade, as Sylvia Earle reminds us, to really act. Thank you. Oh, Paul, you're muted.
Apologies. Let's go for a second round, if you would agree. I very much liked the separation of three issues that Francis mentioned in his remarks: governance, civil society, and the economy. On governance, we would be very interested to learn from you how you feel about the Pact for the Future and the summit that was held of the future. I recall, since many, many decades, all the fabulous reforms, Kofi Annan, 2005. There were many, many different and wonderfully explained reports that came out on how to find a better global governance. The problem is 2005, we're now in 2025. Would you agree or not that there has been progress since these very important institutional proposals were discussed at the UN? That could be one way ahead. Another idea is on civil society. There also you might like to say a few words. How do you define, by the way, civil society today? And finally, on the economy, obviously, market concentration and all these important issues lead us to wonder how whether I think it was at the beginning, there has been basically, how do you say, the economy has overtaken the institutional framework of the UN and the multilateral framework, and so there's a growing gap, governance gap, that is now very obvious. So all these issues, we need to find practical solutions, and it's not easy. So please go ahead as you wish. Who wants to open up the practical aspect of how to come about these problems that we're living with? Thank you.
Let me start, since that was the sequence that you started out at the beginning. Yes, I think that there has been some improvement over the last 20 years. I think that the UN has not remained completely static over that period. However, I don't think that the changes have been adequate to the magnitude of the challenges that we face. And I think that creates a very serious problem for us. So my question is, what could one do to essentially catalyze a more ambitious set of reforms in the next few years that match the urgency of the moment? And one idea which the Global Governance Forum put forward in 2023, and that we have been working very, very hard on, is the question of triggering the holding of a Article 109 review conference. Again, it's little known, but the 1945 charter actually provides an opening for rethinking our global governance architecture and rethinking the content of the charter. And it is, the Article 109 says that within a 10-year period, we can have a review conference to re-examine the adequacy of the charter. That conference has never taken place. And the Global Governance Forum now, together with many other collaborators, are actually urging member states to trigger that article and to convene a conference to have a very important conversation as to what kind of UN we need and how do we get there, to use the words of the Secretary General a couple of years ago. And within that conversation, we can talk about Security Council reform. We can talk about strengthening the democratic legitimacy of the UN system, how to modernize the statute of the International Court of Justice, something that you alluded to in your statement. Second point on the economy, it's really interesting historically when in 1944-45, the member states were wondering what is going to be the metric that we're going to use to judge success with respect to the economic and social development objectives which were embedded in the charter. The best that they could come up with was full employment, right? The charter makes no reference to climate, but it makes no reference to extreme poverty, to malnutrition, to what are some of the most urgent economic challenges of today, right? So you see, for me, it is an indictment of the inadequacy of our economic paradigm that we live in a world of a 110 trillion economy, and we have close to 800 million people who suffer from malnutrition. I don't want to elaborate on what is the economic, social, human implication of malnutrition. I think we are all familiar with that, right? But for me, we need to, I fully support Maria's call, for amending our global governance, global financial architecture, but we actually need to go beyond that. We actually need to rethink the entire basis of our economic system, which obviously has not prioritized the elimination of extreme poverty, the elimination of malnutrition, the creation of a safety net that provides security and dignity to the majority of the world's population. I spent many years as the director of one of the richer groups at the World Bank, and myself and my colleagues would often celebrate the decline in the incidence of extreme poverty over the last 30 years. But what is the actual sort of reality is that the poverty line, which is used by the World Bank, which is $2.15 of daily income, is a line that basically characterizes poverty as being demoralizing and degrading. It's, you don't want your worst enemy to live under the poverty line used by the World Bank. In fact, if you increase the poverty line to something like $6.85, 48% of the world's population is poor. So we have an unresolved poverty problem, and I'm not going to say anything about inequality because then I would take up too much of your time. But I think the economic issues are fundamental to improving our global governance architecture.
Thank you very much, Augusto. Thank you. Can we now go to Maria for your parting thoughts? And that would be wonderful.
Well, the truth, Paul, is that I was taking profuse notes, and the truth is that everything we hear, I think, makes sense. It makes sense for our community, but to be very frank, it makes very little sense for the world. These are very cryptic conversations for the public in general, and I think we have a responsibility. I was checking the chat, and Gary Jacob said perhaps we need to include as part of civic education and secondary education the appreciation for what the multilateral system or the international system can do to solve these issues. And the truth is that the more agreements, treaties, commitments we sign, the better the situation becomes. The worse the situation becomes. It's embarrassing to see that only 16% of the targets of the Sustainable Development Goals are on track. For example, in that we cannot even claim that it is because of a lack of resources, because Amanda shared, the enormous amounts of money that go into fossil fuel subsidies or investment in fossil fuel infrastructure right after, the Paris Agreement was agreed upon in 2015, only 10 years ago. If we look at the emissions, if we look at extreme poverty and inequalities and women's rights, so we are not in the right track, and it's not because there is no enough resources. I think it's because, these issues are political choices. And we have the responsibility. I mentioned at the beginning that the world has never produced more food, and yet, hunger, not only malnutrition, but hunger continues to grow steadily. So there is some fundamental, I would say, a deficit in the system that we have created. And I think that when we talk about reform, we tend to say, what is that? How is that we need to start doing things? Since the very first day, I have been part of the multilateral dynamics for more than 30 years, 35 years perhaps. And since day one, I have heard the word reform. Since day one, more than 20 years reforming the Security Council. I don't know how many years reforming the peace and security architecture of the UN. And I think that we have come up with a great roadmap, which is called the Pact of the Future, which I think has a very good elements. And basically, we do a little bit of here, a little bit of that. We see, there's lack of political will, so we move here and there. And I think that what we have done is a little bit of a band-aid approach, of a damage control approach. And now we continue because we say, since the UN, for example, has a very deep liquidity crisis, then let's have the UN80, which is basically a cost-cutting exercise, and say, we have less money. What are the things that we need to prioritize? How many people we can live without, both at the Secretariat, but also in programs and agencies. So, but this cost-cutting exercise without a grand vision, is problematic, quite honestly. So, basically, how I see things evolve is first of all, that we need to really embrace the complexity of the reform and think about something like variable geometry movements. There are issues and institutions that really need a little bit of a retooling exercise, and then can deliver more and better. The overlapping mandates between agencies and programs. There is an ongoing mandate review process, for example, and see how to improve cost effectiveness and all of that. Yes, but there are more structural and deep reforms that are really needed.
Maria. We don't have much time left. Apologies.
Okay, so I will close saying we need.
We have one minute more.
Oh, sorry.
Francis and
I'm sorry.
Amanda.
I thought that we had until 6:30 p.m. our time. So apologies. I cut there in to say variable geometry, embrace complexity, different speeds, different in different movements with political will. I will just leave it there, and apologies because I thought we had half an hour more. Sorry about that. Over to you, Paul.
No, 50 we have that. Thank you very much, Maria. Thank you.
Everybody, I'm going to pop in and say thank you so much for a wonderful panel. I need to moderate another session, so I'm going to sign off. And
Go ahead, Amanda, and say what you want to say before me. That's fine.
Oh, so very, very quickly, I picked up on a couple of things in the chat. Jonathan Granoff mentioned picking up on the point about civics and the need to have an education more broadly, that it should be included in education. I couldn't agree more. And in fact, I'm very pleased to be working somewhere where sustainability is compulsory for all of our 180,000 students. This is something that is part of the UN climate work. It has been recommended via COP, but Jonathan, I think that's a fabulous idea. And the other question that came from Jalil was that we had elaborated rigorously and technically on our current systems limitations and failures, but the key question is, why are we where we are? And I guess the three things for me are tragedy of the commons. We're a big presence on a small planet now, and self-interest is leading to this existential crisis that we have, our triple planetary crisis. Next of all, that because of the rise of new technologies, and Augusto mentioned the original charter being pre-digital and pre-nuclear, these rise of these new technologies have created a very different world and a whole set of differentials in power dynamics and a rise of autocracy that we're seeing in digital, in AI, in militarism, as was mentioned about the arms exports. And so where we are now is with a Gini coefficient that shows the gap between the rich and the poor that is the highest it has been since World War II. And we know that that is a great predictor of instability and turbulence. So I am hoping that this wonderful debate is going to contribute to proper reform. And I love Augusto's idea of a Article 109 meeting to really come together and focus on a second UN Charter. Thank you all so much. I'm popping to my next panel. Thank you.
Thanks. Paul, do we have a moment left?
Paul, you are muted.
Again, muted, goodness. Thank you to all of you for this very, very helpful discussion. It's not easy to talk about multilateralism, but this time I think it went well. It went well with new ideas popping up. Indeed, Article 109 is a very interesting approach. So we shall continue down that road. Thank you.
May I say something before you go?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that the United States has just announced it is withdrawing from UNESCO yet again. And I think this is very bad news because UNESCO is part of the answer in terms of education of young people and much of the rest of what we want to do. And it's yet again the United States throwing a spanner in the works as it has on many previous occasions. But if you have no more time, I'll stop there.
Well, I think I don't have any more time because it should end at 50, and we are now at 57. So thank you again. And look, and there will be a summary coming up. Thank you. Thank you again
Thank
for
you very much,
participating.
everybody. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Paul. Thank you to WAAS,
Thank
of
you.
course. Bye.
Thank you.
Good morning, Peter.
Hey, good morning, Ralph.
Last session ran over, so
Yep.
you've been busy. You've been on a number of panels and appreciated your remarks, ones I've been able to listen to.
Yeah, this morning after my remarks, I got bumped out of Zoom, so I couldn't get back in. I restarted and updated everything that can be updated. So I hope we are safe for this session.
Eden, good morning. Good evening to you.
Yeah, good evening here, but good morning to you. Hello, Peter. Hello, Ralph. How are you?
Yeah, good. How are you?
Yeah, so well, I think that in your geography you are melting down. I don't know if you are 40 degree or how many degrees.
We are not yet at 50, so everything is good.
Yeah,
50
here in
for
Europe
me.
we have also hot weather, a wet summer.
Yeah, I just came back on the weekend on Sunday evening. I was on travel mainly in around Europe and the UK for a few weeks, and it's just a different kind of heat stress. The humidity adds to it, but here it's fine so far.
Yeah.
Gary, good morning or good evening or
It's good evening here. Just wanted to say hello to you all and thank you all.
Devakani, good morning. Good evening, I should say.
Here it is good evening and going to be good night. Yes.
Gary, I'm not quite sure. Are we on or is it?
You are on. Yes. Please.
Okay. Well, we're waiting for Pavel and Mila. Why don't I begin since we only have 50 minutes and the session seemed to run over, but let's see if we can jump in and get started. And thank you all for participating. I guess, Devakani, you'll join. Let me just say I'm Ralph Wolf and have been a board member of WAAS and recently became president of the World University Consortium. And by way of introduction, I wanted to comment about how frequently the need for education about the global crisis in this age of uncertainty has been raised by every panel. And so we are really, all of us on this panel are educators, and my career has been in higher education. And I think our big gap is, and one of the root causes is we have not been able to transmit and translate all this knowledge that we have to people who voters and to those who do not have the education that we have, and they're very susceptible to exploitation and manipulation around communication channels that attack elitism as a problem. And those of us with education and knowledge are considered to be the elite. And the part of the challenge is that the system of education is struggling to adapt to a very uncertain future and struggling to deal with what some have called a post-truth environment in which truth itself is questioned. We've heard in the first Trump administration something called alternative facts. And so the idea of what is truth, it used to be critical thinking was something we wanted to educate about, but it is very hard to educate in a world in which there is tremendous attack on truth itself, on knowledge, on science, and we have a tremendous challenge. This panel is focused on human security as a paradigm for using, and one of the goals wanted to have this panel is that when the World Academy, working with the UN, created the Human Security for All approach for 2 years, working with the Consumer Electronics Society, and the Consumer Technology Society, and we presented at CES for several years about the need for human security. I wanted to get the World University Consortium to focus on organic programs that would uh, bring human security into the daily lives of people as a paradigm, as an organic way of specific thinking about how do we make human security, same way we need to make sustainability and climate change part of our daily conversation and our daily actions. So the human security has historically and largely been at the diplomacy level, at the multilateral level, and I'm hoping we can develop programs and will describe what many of you are doing to bring human security, the concepts of what the UN Declaration on Human Security tried to approach. We're going to go through. There's Mila. Good evening, and glad to have you on. Without further ado, well, let me just also say that I hope that we can develop programs that will bridge the gap, both the communication gap about translation of these world issues to people who do not have the education that we have, do not have the knowledge we have. How do we communicate? And I believe a lot of that is around listening, not just telling. I keep hearing we need to educate. And my experience, particularly in the US, is where over half the population does not have the credentials, did not have college or professional degrees, that we need to find ways to bring this knowledge into day-to-day lives. And I think all of the people on the panel have experience in both listening and communicating. And the hope is that the World University Consortium can be a model for demonstrating new programs. So we're going to go through and begin with Eden. And if I can share my screen, let me just see. Well, let me first see if I can bring up, not this one. Let's see if this will allow me to, no, we don't want, there we go. I'm just going to do a few slides that Eden and I are working on let me just say that we're working on a collaboration between the Black Sea University Network. Eden's been able to work with 20 universities around three areas: migration, sustainability, and human security. And the World University Consortium, we're working on a project that will bring, actually on all three, we'll focus first on human security to address the mindset around what we'll call global awareness, in which global mindset, but local solutions.
Gary,
And
Gary, sorry for interrupting. I think you are sharing a different document. Is the document with the agenda?
It's on my screen, but it says you are screen sharing.
First, you
We don't need the
stop
agenda,
sharing
no.
this. Yeah.
Let's get out of.
No, you have to stop sharing first.
All right. Well, what we'll basically do is to say that what we're working on is a project with over probably 20 universities and a number of programs. And my goal is through this project to start as a pilot to bring human security into multiple disciplines. I'd like to think when the World Academy talked about human security for all, I'd like to talk about human security for all departments, for all disciplines and to think about interdisciplinarity in addressing global problems and making human security and human-centered thinking and action primary. A good example in Texas recently, we had major floods, over 100 people killed, many children. And for years, there had been efforts to install warning systems, but because cost was considered to be too problematic, the funds were available, but there was no desire to install them. And instead, there was no warning, and we had a huge loss of human life. We need to find ways to make the human security more organic, more on the ground level, and to me, this to create projects and to learn from what all of you on the panel and others are doing. So we're working with Eden, who's the General Secretary of the Black Sea University Network and also a faculty member at Vidias University, and to work with these programs and to see if we can create a certification process to highlight and to reward excellence in developing approaches to human security in multiple disciplines that are very organic and ground level and problem and solution oriented. We want to move from the diplomatic level to what people do in their day-to-day lives. So how do we bring this forward? And Eden has developed in his own thinking a model that he'll share right now. Eden, let me turn it over to you around a master's program in automotive engineering and the modern auto. And Devakani can speak about a K-12 curriculum she's working with and others as well.
So first of all, I would like to thank you for the introduction, but more than that, for the whole vision, because we have to say that this vision, how can I say, has been based on your idea of bringing this human security into the classroom, into the effective types of activities. On the other side, in January, we had also the chance to visit the center of Peter, this amazing center of future commons at Arizona State University. And we have seen also how this has been developed at a very successful and, let's say, a very detailed approach on sustainability part. So the aspect was, how can we do something like this in human security? And in that respect, I would like to give you just an idea about our approach. So, of course, we are starting from the, let's say, basic security at the UN General Assembly, taking into consideration, let's say, aspects that have to be people-centered, comprehensive, context-specific, and prevention-oriented responses that strengthen the protection and empowerment of all people. And of course, we are a little bit swamped into the complexity of human security, because whenever you try to take it from one part, always you can see the multi-dimensions, the multi-sectorial, and these are extremely difficult if you don't have a clear methodology to address it. So the classical approach, of course, in this kind of courses, whenever we are taking human security into educational path, is, of course, to start always from risk analysis and mitigation, to move on into life cycle and optimization aspects, taking also the preparation of multi-criteria analysis and decision, and everything, every time you return to value analysis and you go on in different iterations. So in that context, of course, we started from the general and very basic approach to the human behavior. So this is a picture of Pablo Coelho in Bucharest while he was in one of the hotel rooms, and he was looking to the people trying to do something where you can see that the majority of the people, they are just watching while one of them is trying to do something. So we have to, and actually Pablo Coelho pointed out on this picture that basic, let's say, model matrix of human behavior. And of course, human, let's say, security reasoning requires a huge package of multivalent logic, synthetic thinking, integrative learning, to focus on consequences, to generate synergies, to involve the students in teamwork, and of course to have active involvement in many other activities. So how to move from that picture before into that complexity, and how to transfer all these values and all that behavioral shift. And of course, for this paradigm shift, we have to move from, let's say, clear given knowledge to start asking good questions, from learning as a product to learning as a process and the product. And of course, to put the teacher to move towards, let's say, the position of expert and consultant. And of course, on the other side, to involve the student to start looking, let's say, to have the approach to empty frames to competent learners, and of course the aspects related to shift from chat and talk to learner-centered approaches. So all these teaching approaches, like putting accent on asking good questions, critical thinking, commitment in taking different responsibilities, independence in trying to address problems, cooperative attitude, and action thinking, but above all, responsibility. So all these elements look like very far when we try to address them based on different study programs. So of course the aspects are also taking such a, let's say, requirement when we are looking to aspects of integrating the individuals into teams and to have them part of a, let's say, coordinated approach in the society. So now we would like to, and we wanted together with, actually under the guidance of Gary, we wanted to start an approach how to make this effective for a study program. And in Ovidius University, we have a study program in automotive engineering, and is addressing, let's say, both the bachelor and master degree. And here we started, of course, from the problem. We emphasized the aspects that are extremely important in, let's say, relation of human to that specific topic. So the aspects regarding the car utilization, for instance, typically the use of car is mentioned by these figures. 95% of the time is just is parked, and then just 5% of all time lifetime of a vehicle is usually in driving. And also in energy aspects, energy use in the car, where we have huge part, 86% of fuel that we are, let's say, introducing into the tank never reach the wheels. So there is a huge aspect of loss in energy, and also on aspects related to deaths and accidents, and aspects related to the fact that 95% of accidents are caused by human errors. So all these elements are the elements to start to build awareness in the study program. And then the development of the concept of human security, not focusing only on a very narrow aspect like is the automotive device on itself or the automotive system of itself, but the connectivity between the system with all the other components of the infrastructure, where we have, let's say, aspects of security issues and threatening the security from many different perspectives. Even, let's say, the sedentary travel or the inaccessibility or the consumption of space, time, and resources, and many other aspects that might be not necessarily directly evident in this. And then in the program, we started to build the connectivity between externalities and harms. So to identify what kind of connections we have between crashes, between intentional violence, pollution, sedentary travel, with aspects related to violence, to health, to social injustice, and environmental damage, and tracing this all into a holistic approach where we bring car not as a simple system, as I said, but as part of a mobility infrastructure as a whole, and evolving into this, let's say, the aspects of human security. And then, of course, the students are invited to reconsider, to redefine the car in the, let's say, new context of putting their security in the center, in the core of their way of thinking, and then redefining the mobility inside the city and reconsidering the city as secure from the point of view of the mobility and relation of the citizen to the mobility, of course, considering of different new technologies and aspects that might look fancy, and addressing the interest of the students. And of course, we wanted to put an emphasis also on the aspect that we are celebrating today the 65th anniversary of the Academy, and actually the core element that started before the initiation of the Academy with this Russell Einstein Manifesto that was in 1955, and where it is this very important aspect that always we have to consider, that we have to remember our humanity and forget about the rest. So this is the approach. At present, there are 20 universities from the network that are, let's say, involved into this process. We focused on human security, we focused on sustainable development, and of course, there are other issues like the migration that are of core interest. We would like also to have a partnership with Arizona State University on topic related to sustainable development. Maybe we shall be able to make some connectivities with this, with Professor Schlosser and his team there. And
we need to move on.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's a very exciting program, and we'll be reporting on its future. Let me turn to Devakani, who has been working with thousands of students on human security, young children, and love to hear about your experience and how you're proceeding.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Currently we are doing in around like this year we have sent the information to more than 1,000 schools. The usual program what I presented in the conference, like making booklets for each and every observance day, that is ready. And then we are making the students to understand more and more on the topics related to this. Every school here are also like they are aware of sustainable goals, and they are working on it. It's when I'm taking this to the schools, it's not very new to them. But then when it comes to action, okay, they are doing to some extent, they are not doing it in depth. The first thing what I noticed here is building, first of all, conscious institutions. Like every school, if you say, like you have more than, they are built in several acres of land. So when it comes to environmental thing, the way they build itself can be differently made. They can be guided on that. Institutions can be to be certified. Like we can, WAAS can conduct programs. We can give certifications to the schools when they are complying to the sustainable goals. I see when they are having several acres of land, when they have thousands of students in the campus, they can always build a garden also. Garden, like as we recommend kitchen gardens, they can also develop gardens in the school, in the schools. And we can give them hands-on experience in the schools itself. And then they can be taken to places where they build sustainable buildings and ecological buildings. So we can make them to experience that. We can make them to feel that there is something in it, and we can bring them a lot of case studies. So what we have done is we have included this in our so we run Spellby International, and it is already there in 1,000 schools. This year also we have circulated it to 1,000 schools, and so far around 600 schools have enrolled. We for sure will be doing it in around, so the information goes to around 1 million kids. So we have given them an opportunity, even if they do not pay any money. 2 to 3 observance day can be conducted to the whole school. Like one school with a population of like 1,000 to 3,000 students generally, on an average 1,000 students. So it's going to around 1,000 schools. They can do it even free of cost. So this is as part of our program, we are able to do it. We charge some 10% of the students, but the school can extend this service to around to all the 100% of the students. Even today I was in 2 schools, and they were very happy to take it up, because we are also supplying certificates to them to English language. But then when it comes to fluency, we are adding this. We are making the students to speak about different areas like mountain day, like this. So each and everything, like on Animal World Wildlife Day. So we are taking different
no matter
days.
how tiny, plays a vital role in our world's honeybee. It helps us. We call it the most unsung heroes of our environment.
So, and then we are also giving them art competitions. And then we have named this as classroom to communities. We are using also HS4A's banner and WAAS banner, so that it will be easy for them. So now they are becoming familiar with the brand WAAS and HS4A. And as per the title what we have given and the explanation and the detail there, it's possible we should take some certifications to the teachers. We should take WAAS definitely is a very good, robust body. Such webinars, like today I have circulated this webinar to nearly 1,000 schools. And I don't know how many of them are turning up at this time. But then we are taking snapshots of these sessions, and we are circulating to all these schools once again. Every day we are taking snapshots of the important classes and the important sessions, and then we are circulating to people. So awareness is growing. It's a right time, like we can also start certifications. We can certify the teachers. I think to start with, we should start certifying the schools and also awarding those people who are already doing this. It's not that like it's not getting done anywhere. There are many things, innovations are there. There are many conscious institutions are already there. They are doing a lot of things already. So to find those people and then appreciate them, and then to award WAAS and HS4A can institute several awards. So just a trophy, a certification. It's not of much money, just a trophy and certification to appreciate those people who are already doing something. So I would recommend that as a first thing. Second thing is teachers will always be happy to get a certification and then to receive classes. And we are doing every month one complimentary session for educators. So we are inviting people from WAAS. So this year also we have around 8 and at least around 200 to 800 schools. Generally, it is depending upon the examination time. 200 to 800 schools used to attend that. So few of our WAAS members can come and speak on different concepts. So that is what we are arranging. I'm arranging it through Janani. So this is our work. Thank you.
Okay. Devakani, what's the age range of the students you're working with?
We are doing from grade 1 to grade 9. And coming year, we will take it to higher educational institutions also. But then I am a very firm believer of whatever you can do by or before the age of 12, it really works. And it gets installed in their mind. This is how, like, okay, grow gardens like this. You should have nutritious food. And the type of choice they take, all these things. We are having wonderful thing. We are doing debates. We are doing express talks. We are arranging SMUN and Model United Nations. We are doing mock parliament. We are doing moot court. For all these things, we have developed materials, as I've said, and then we are giving these materials to the schools. Whoever is interested to celebrate any of the event, we are giving these materials. Those are all free of cost to them. And then we are giving certificates also. We are asking them to implement it in the whole school and then to give certificates. Teachers training, we give. So we are giving orientations to the teachers.
Great. Thank you. I see new opportunities for certification for the WC.
For sure. We can certify institutions, we can certify teachers and educators, we can certify students also. They'll be very happy to have these certifications. Yes.
And something for Eden to work on as well. Let me thank you, Eden. Our time is limited. Mila, as the Director General for Multiculturalism, you certainly work with people of all generations and are a great listener. And I believe one of the great things we need to do is to make education listen more than preach. Love to hear your thoughts on how we infiltrate this whole concept of human security for social consciousness and awareness.
Thank you so much. And thank you to all the colleagues, friends, and speakers, and to everybody listening to us. As Ralph said, I'm Mila Popovic, and I'm a fellow and trustee of the World Academy. Otherwise, I am an independent academic artist and activist that decided to take on a very formal institutional role as the Director General in the government of Montenegro. I am an intercultural being myself. And half American, half Montenegrin. This background is important because exactly because I wanted to take action that could be scaled out, and scaled up. I decided to change one of the hats, or add a hat to my life, and a responsibility to see how I can work with institutions from within the policy-making bodies and governing bodies to generate change. For that, there are two contexts that are very important to explain, and why Montenegro, where I'm at right now, where I'm serving, I should say, is so important. It is a country at the intersection of East and West, North and South. And it has been an absolute cultural blessing to be from this area, and a true historical political curse because of the regular turmoil that we go through as we are doorway into Europe. We're east to the west and west to the east, if you will. This is a very important context to explain why on the sociocultural level in the Balkans, where we are sort of the linchpin in the Balkans, it is very important for the safety in the Balkans, in Europe, to keep Montenegro stable and sustainable. Mind you, Montenegro is also the very first ecological state in the world. In 1991, in the midst of Yugoslav civil wars, somehow in the midst of civil wars, this country that has always been known as the country of highlanders and warriors, freedom fighters, I should say, we accepted refugees from 3 or 4 warring sides, housed them, gave them homes, and integrating them into the society to the point where they are actually shaping the present and the future of this country. That's important to mention. But it also, on the econopolitical side of things, the context from what I'm wanting to explain to you is the realization that with the enormous technological advance, Montenegro cannot compete in terms of tech force, military force. Hopefully we will not have to. In terms of financial force, I mean, we can definitely sort of be competitive and be contributive if we discuss social norms, such as this courage to make this a first ecological state in the world and other ways. So social innovation, ethics, and social norms should be something that it has been something that has been in the background in the long history of this country, something that we should put in the forefront now in the world. So what we're dealing with here is global perspective and a local policy or a local response in a looping back effect where the local response from Montenegro could become a model of something much greater. At least we're prototyping that in the country, especially having taken into consideration that it is a UN member states with the capacity to propose these solutions to be magnified and implemented. And also Montenegro is gearing to be to preside over the Council of Europe, a unique organization, maybe a bit older than UN, that has 46 country members and growing, that is currently probably the center of moral authority here, that has this chance to secure the sustainability of European Union. Why am I saying all this? Why am I giving you a wider context? Because there's a realization that in the technological era of nowadays, all learning is happening all the time. And all learning is a social learning process. Now that we have that as the case, what do? How do you then develop institutions and policies in a country to develop programs that can actually focus on human security, sustainability, and conscious evolution? We have realized, and I will talk and share quickly, just a couple of images from this presentation. Can you see my presentation?
Not yet. There.
Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. So I don't want to make it a full presentation because you probably won't be able to see. But what I'm trying to say here, there's a realization, in other words, that a tiny country at a crucial space in the geostrategic spot in the world could prototype something in social learning that could be beneficial for everybody as a model. So what we did, we realized, and I'll run briefly through this as fast as I possibly can, is that, as I said a minute ago, that what we are seeing here is the global context and local response, a macroscopic pressure, and a microscopic policy is an answer. To give a context, I borrowed something from colleagues from the Millennium Project who are partners on this. If you look at the era of conscious technologies, you will already see that the biggest issues will be the question of identity and identity wars, and also the question of new identities being created and their interests and their human rights, and how do you incorporate that into understanding of the new education that will have to take place or be designed for human security that accounts for these new identities, honors them, values them, and acts from that understanding. So with that being said, with the understanding of this larger context, I quickly want to draw your attention that we are now, as I've described before, working between all of this should be a part of the education, especially of civic education, and a part of a larger context education for every science, every discipline, because you have to properly contextualize your knowledge and properly derive local solutions towards it. So this is apparent what we're dealing with. The convergence of global issues is an existential risks, which is important why it's in conversion, because all of these issues are amplifying, multiplying, and intensifying each other's effect. Next to it, we have the grand convergence of technology. Same point, that they are mutually intensifying, multiplying, and accelerating pressures on humanity. So between these two, as I usually call them, Scylla and Charybdis of pressures, everything rests, what we have discovered in Montenegro and now in the world, on social cohesion, on coming together based and sourced in universal human rights and responsibilities and universal humanistic values that will in fact turn technology to solve our existential risks and create conditions for fulfillment and of human potential. So this I don't have to discuss. I'll just share it quickly. What are some of the ailments of the society? And then to draw your attention to what it is that the technology for education and educating for the new technology, this is very important, that they are being used, understood, and we are consciously and conscientiously prepared for the coming technology through education that will have to leapfrog so much, because we definitely cannot wait to be designing a new educational system. We will have to jump into what the technology is offering with the proper content. So I will not be describing these, they will be readily available. The key is to protect biodiversity and cultural diversity, and this is something that is needed for humanizing of technology and for humanistic use of technology to protect the society, but also it will properly ennoble and enrich technology itself. So what we have done at the Directorate of Interculturalism, we have adopted the very first strategy for interculturalism social cohesion in order to arrive to a set of vision and values that will inform a new social contract that will determine the price and value of everything and determine the direction of the country's development and the paradigm of human development. These are the key aspects of the culture of interbeing. With this strategy and with the founding of the Directorate, Montenegro has become also the very first country in the world to make culture of interbeing its public policy. And this is the true balancing force and ennobling force for new technology to serve humanity and to also be guided, as you can see here from the slide, by an ethical, aesthetic, and ecological code for true human security and human sustainability, as we have realized that there's a profound causal link between interculture as basically scientific and spiritual knowledge that all beings, all phenomena, all life forms are deeply interdependent and mutually connected. And this is the foundation of all knowledge that we should have, so that there's a profound causal link between interculture, social cohesion for human security, for true sustainability. And that is an exceptionally important causal link that needs to be put in the forefront. So I will skip through this. I will just show one of the last slides. What are the building blocks, starting from the bottom and up, of this kind of policy education that needs to be happening at all levels. It needs to happen at the level, all institutional domains and sectors. It needs to be, it needs to enter all of educational systems at all levels. It needs to feed healthy content media and media content. It has to feed healthy cultural programming, because we will go one step further to ask for the right not only to the healthy natural environment, as we do it in Montenegro based on our ecological state, but we are insisting also that we should all have the right to healthy social environment. So with this,
Mila, we need
I
to
will, yes.
close it up. There are
Yes.
2 more speakers, so.
Yes, so I will just point to this slide. What are the organizing principles and core values for integral sociocultural transformation, and what all the children and all the people at all the times should be learning as we are interacting with technology? We need to be giving it healthy prompts in order to be receiving healthy solutions. And I'll leave you with this last slide so that it is recording to show some aspects of what the interculture or the culture of interbeing is. Thank you very much for your patience, but I hope I have painted the picture of the possibility of social learning processes, how we can turn it into policies, and how we can actually work together through the World Academy, World University Consortium to multiply models like this. Thank you so much.
Very exciting. Thank you. Look forward to reports on how it's working. Pavel Luksha, what are your thoughts on how we can infiltrate human security into our consciousness?
Well, thank you first of all for organizing this session, and I'm also grateful for previous speakers to set up the stage of this conversation. I feel that the idea of social evolution that we have in the title of this session is quite crucial, because what we are discussing is the, let's say, uplifting the role of education from an institution that helps to replicate practices of society to the one that can intentionally steer the development of society. And I think we sort of see this higher possibility embedded in education. And I think Mila just beautifully shown the potential if we expand the notion of learning. But we also constantly see the resistance. And the resistance comes, of course, from institutional perspective, but I think it also comes from the mindset, the lack of appreciation that we as society now live in completely different setting than the context for which educational systems have been designed actually centuries ago. So I'd like to share a few slides on the work that we're doing as with some colleagues, but I think, Ralph, that is very complementary to the idea of promoting curriculum for human security. So with colleagues from Learning Planet Institute in France, we've been advocating for this idea of planetary mission of universities. And that's my version of how we should approach this task. On one hand, we should approach it from the standpoint of highlighting the need for this type of curriculum, but we should also recognize that universities themselves, I'll show just a few slides. So universities themselves, focusing on each of their missions, are now going through an enormous crisis where each of the missions is kind of collapsing, kind of being overtaken by other social institutions. So the unique standing that this kind of entrenchment that kept universities as a unique social institution playing a very specific role is quickly getting dissolved or eradicated. And there is a challenge of alternatives that we see the networks supporting research, platforms for education, groups of NGOs and movements supporting the development of society much better than most universities do. And if we think about the impact of technologies, primarily AI and the advancement towards general artificial intelligence, AGI, this is a wake-up call for universities that in the next 5 to 10 years, many of them will find themselves redundant in basically all of their current work. And in exception of the few, let's say, outstanding universities in the world, it will be very evident to societies, to learners themselves, that it doesn't make sense, let's say, to pay those fees, to support those institutions much longer, unless they discover a new mission. And still, we also see that there is this unique role of universities that holds together the next generation, holds the essential commons, safeguarding both natural, socio-cultural, and digital commons of humanity. It cultivates different types of intelligence and practices different forms of governance where we can say we rediscover again and again what it means to govern democratically. That's one of the roles of university, to actually learn how to do it collectively. So one of arguments that come from me and my colleagues is that we need to start thinking about a new mission of universities that will help it discover the unique role for the long time to come. Let's say next 100 or next several hundred years in the future, leveraging all its unique capabilities and assets. And where this role comes from, basically comes from the extreme societal needs, the situation that we are facing, in which we are now reaching, on one hand, the peak of human potential from socioeconomic standpoint, but we're also reaching the tipping point in terms of fragility of environmental systems that keep on in place. And if we look into the future, that's from my book called Next 100 Years, one of things that is projected is that risks of collapse of our society and our civilization, and perhaps the risks towards all of our species, are growing very rapidly over the next several decades, peaking towards the middle of the century. And probably that will be the point of breakdown unless we discover new pathways. So obviously that's an issue of planetary boundaries trespass. That's an issue of technologies that create potentially lethal outcomes, the existential outcomes, and also evolutionary dead ends for our species. And of course, peace as one of essential questions. We see that the risk of global peace maybe is one of top priorities in terms of human security. So mapping out all those risks, all those unresolved challenges, we get a picture like this, where many of risks remain unresolved and will peak in the next few decades, producing really what some people call polycrisis. So it's not just one single crisis, it's a crisis of crisis. Many factors, many boundaries trespass together, which sets actually, Ralph, the question of human security as a top priority for our civilization. We cannot just say it's nice to have. It's absolutely critical, absolutely critical. So unless we address the human security issues, there is no future. So I will say from that perspective, who are those people, who are those institutions that can amplify this agenda? So this is where the question intentional social evolution comes into play, as we are entering this period of some people call it decisive decade, where risks are escalating, and at the same time we are building up new institutional systems, new governance systems, through digital solutions and new social norms, where we can also move to the transit to collective flourishing, to thrivable futures. And that's the fork point, the turning point where we are actively entering right now as we speak. And so from my perspective, I'm wrapping up just a couple of slides more. From my perspective, that's what we need to bring to every university, to say, this is your future role. This is your future role. You have all the assets. There is no other social institution in the society that has all the assets to facilitate the global transition. You are the ones. And especially in terms of common, and the next speaker is going to highlight that universities have this potential to weave the social fabric, connecting cultural, what Mila was talking about, intergenerational and even interspecies perspectives for holding the collective future, for amplifying the social innovation. So that's why planetary mission cements other missions for years and decades and centuries to come. And that's my last statement. That I think we are facing the crisis of university, but crisis and invitation to transit. So we need to find a new mission of university, and it needs to be built up around the notion of human security and intentional social evolution.
Thank you. That's quite inspiring. And I will say, Mila, it connects to exactly what you were saying. And Peter, what in the time remaining, what you are doing, the School of Global Futures at Arizona State. In our time remaining, Peter, I wonder if you might comment on what you heard and how you're responding to this at ASU.
I have to say I'm a bit at a loss because we are 5 minutes over time. So what I had prepared, I cannot deliver.
Can we stay longer, Ralph?
Yes.
We are the last session. Yes, please. I mean, there's no reason to cut this off.
Oh, great. Gary, thank you for the intervention. Peter, please.
And nevertheless, I just will try to focus on a few things that and deviate from my prepared remarks. So clearly, we are at a time where traditional academia is not functioning. It's not delivering what we are needing. It actually contributed to some of the problems that we are facing. So what we did here as part of the Global Futures Laboratory is to say we are designing that entity as the prototype of a new type of university for the future of the planet. So within the Global Futures Laboratory that does a lot of research into what we can do to take pressure off the planet, we created a college called the College of Global Futures, within which we have by now 4 schools. They are all addressing specific needs of the next generations. There is sustainability, there's the School of Innovation, Ocean Futures, Complex Adaptive Systems, and now the 5th school just has launched, Conservation Futures. They are all driven by themes rather than by disciplines. So we are deviating from the discipline-oriented model of education. We are including students in the co-design of our material because we have to give the youth a voice and agency. We cannot simply teach them based on methods that have led us off course, and we cannot simply load onto their shoulders to solve the problems of the future. We have to scale, so we have to use digital delivery, and beyond the traditional digital delivery, we are now using virtual reality, which actually has the advantage of bringing students around the world back and forth in time so that they are prepared to go out into the job market ready to make decisions based on understanding which world are they living in. And that is an important point for us because they are not just seeing environmental pressures or biogeochemical issues, they also see the human dimension. So each of the modules that we are developing in VR has a physical, biogeochemical, and social component with the goal of showing students where their agency is. And this is not just the typical college type students, this is also for lifelong learning. So we are trying to move education from traditional discipline-oriented methods to an holistic view of the world in which they live, showing them where the pressures are, but more importantly, showing them where we have knowledge that we are not applying, where their agency is, where their options are to move forward, and how they actually can become agents of change and thereby help society to avoid moving into a period of self-regulation of the planet with relatively harsh outcomes for humanity. I just leave it at that.
Peter, let me ask, one of the things I have heard year after year is the rigidity of faculty appointment and disciplinary silos, in that people who want to work in an interdisciplinary, multi-discipline way are siloed and they only have to produce research in respected journals in a narrow discipline. Given the multi and interdisciplinary nature of what you're creating, how do you create a faculty that is privileged and rewarded for doing interdisciplinary work rather than staying in their silo?
So we have to develop new metrics for their evaluation, because the traditional metrics will not lead to the outcomes that we are looking for. There is, I have to be quite honest there is tension within the traditional part of the university and what we are doing. But fortunately, in our case, we do have support from the leadership of the university. So we are actually evaluating, or our faculty is evaluated following somewhat different metrics. And this metrics is changing progressively as we are moving deeper into that way of understanding, responding, and teaching how to apply that to the real world.
I have another question, and given we have another minute, is what you've created is something that's quite unique within the American university context, as far as I know. Are you working to cultivate similar schools, interdisciplinary schools, either in the US or internationally? I could see it with Pavel, and working on a New Earth University could be, mentored in a new approach. Or I just wondered, I know there's so much work to be done already within your in ASU, but it seems like this could be a model, a pilot for working with other institutions internationally and within the US.
Yeah, we do have connections to other universities, but I do have to say, and I'm a product of the German system, as you undoubtedly have heard from my accent, it is very difficult in some systems that are even more traditional than the US system. For example, in Germany, it is almost impossible to move people off that disciplinary approach. So there we try to actually move a little bit more to the learning space outside traditional universities, and work through the Earth League or similar constructs to say what can be done to actually soften that space from the outside if the inside of universities are just, I mean, we have to keep in mind that for hundreds of years universities have fortified themselves against change. All of a sudden they should be the agents of change. A lot of them don't make that. So we have to look for the high-spirited, risk-friendly places that are working with us in challenging the very foundations of traditional academia. And in a way, academia has to be revolutionized. There is no doubt in my mind.
I think we would all support that and agree. And what you are doing, you also have tremendous leadership from your president and support that is rare. But the need is great. And before we close, let me thank you all. This has been a wonderful panel, and each one of you could have taken the full time, I must say. Let's go around, do a round robin and just do closing comments, and we'll do in the same order. Eden, closing comments from you?
Of course, it was a wonderful experience passing through examples of effective programs, like also Devakani presented the aspects related to let's say, early age, pre-university, myself at the university, and then Mila and Pavel. So in that respect, I think the most important conclusion here is the collaboration. So if we can have these experiences shared and the possibility to replicate the very successful ones. Thank you.
Devakani.
As far as certification is concerned, I didn't tell about one thing what we are making. Like we are calling many educators, and we have formed a curriculum on sustainable goals and human security, and as one part of the course, and India's top five, one among the top five institution. In some way, it's the top one institution, Indian Institute of Management, Kolkata. Their professors are delivering September 21st to 23rd. So that one program, we have already done one model now. So like around 100 heads of the institutions will be called, and it will be delivered by the number one institution. Yeah. So that's so like as Mr. Eden was saying, like a lot of collaborations can be done. We have World University Consortium, we have World Academy for Arts and Science. With this, we can make certification. We all have best of the best heads in this conference itself. Some of them can be pulled in, and we can make a program. They're all looking forward for school heads and college heads to listen to great things, and then to replicate, and also to share their ideas. This can be done. Thank you.
So just the beginning.
Yeah.
Mila.
Very briefly, I've said earlier in a panel that all governance, all education, all technology is all human, which means that we need to really focus on developing the human for human security. And that stems from an education that will be of the initiatory kind at every level, meaning that we need to tend to different phases and faces of our humanity for every individual and collectively. And what we need to be educating for in the new era is the broadest scale connecting capacity from the deepest scale of personal and social transformation.
Well said. Pavel.
So I feel like would like to highlight what Eden said. I think it's not just collaboration. I think what we need to do is movement building. There is a need for massive transformation of educational systems because of pressures that we encounter collectively as civilization, and underestimation of risks that is now present within decision-making space, both corporate and political. So I think that academia really needs to stand up, and there is a need for active movement build towards our collective futures, global futures, planetary futures.
Thank you. Peter,
Very
any final
briefly,
words?
be bold. Don't accept the boundaries that have held us back, and include youth in designing the future education.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, it's been a real privilege to thank you all, and it's been wonderful to have the last session of the day since we could go over. I will just say that there is a great Sanskrit phrase, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, which is the world is my family. And I would say that the world is actually not just the human world. It's the animals, the ecological, it's the earth and spirit. And I would say that it is all the above, and that we need to make that. Finally, I'll just say that one of my phrases over the last, my experience has been that higher education does not move by innovation, but more by emulation. And what we need to do is to highlight work like each one of you are doing, and make it more visible and use social media to make it more popular and more well known so that it can be emulated. But as Peter said earlier, we need a revolution and an evolution to a new mission, as Pavel said. And what all of you are doing are good examples of that. So thank you very much. And we look forward to tomorrow's sessions, and all of you will be on more sessions. So thank you very much, and have a good evening and the rest of your days.
Thank you all. Wonderful session. Thank you.
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Gary,
yeah.
for putting it all together. Bye, everyone.
Bye.